Welcome down to National Basketball League, brought to you by Basketball Association of Singapore. And of course, for the fans, as you walk in, you should be sitting at the right area. But if you're about to watch, the short ball will be our third and fourth basic match between Untitled Basketball Club and Singapore Sports Club. Can I just check? This area, are you guys for Untitled Basketball Club? Don't know, never mind. This area, are you guys here for Singapore Sports Club? Don't know also. Can I ask you guys? So you all support both clubs? Support both clubs, right? That's good. Support Singapore Basketball. That's the right way. That's right, so if you are still waiting for the start of our third and fourth basic match, what you can do is to follow our Instagram at Basketball Singapore, our Facebook Basketball Association of Singapore, and of course if you need to leave early after this match, we do have our championship match and you can catch it on a YouTube channel, our Basketball Association of Singapore on YouTube. That's right, we have our white rabbit kiosk right here. Normally we have three types, right? Three types of ice cream. The peanut yogurt, stick and cup ice cream. Oh, I just understand. There's promotion going on at a white rabbit ice cream. Okay, I can't remember all the prices. So, peanut yogurt ice cream, two for something, and we have the stick ice cream on promotion. Sorry, cup ice cream on promotion as well. And of course, they do have snacks and drink. So just to remind our fans right here that you are not allowed to bring external or outside food or drinks. You can only purchase from our official vendor, which is our white rabbit kiosk right here. That's right, do look out for our halftime challenge, especially those at the top, above the VIP ceilings. Just to let you know later on halftime, we do have a 3-point challenge. So if you guys are interested, later on during halftime, you come down, sit closer. So I can see you guys, okay? So we will have a halftime 3-point challenge. So if you think that you have got what it takes to win or walk away with our very, very attractive merchandise, you can join us or volunteer for the 3-point challenge during the halftime. And of course, at the end of the championship match, we will be having the prize presentation ceremony with our GOH coming for our championship match, of course. So once again, this is the National Basketball League Division 1, proudly brought to you by Basketball Association of Singapore, Partnership for Singapore and Chokbon. We have our official ball motor, official apparel leading, and of course, our kind sponsorship Brian Elvis Sports Private Limited, Foremost Architects, and Harris Group branch of Orange Tea. That's right, they are a few minutes away from the team lining up. So if you want to catch a drink, grab a drink, ice cream or snacks, quickly do it now before we commence our match. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Get seated. We will be commencing the team form up in a short moment. I wish to comment, right after the third and fourth placing match, do not go away because we will be having the prize presentation ceremony for these two teams. That's right, this is the third and fourth placing match of the National Basketball League Division 1. That's right, we will be commencing with our team format. Once again, is the National Basketball League Division 1. Both teams have come a long way for the best of three at the semi-finals to make it to the third and fourth placing match. Let's give them a round of applause. And first is the match between Ziga Basketball Club and Xinhua Sports Club. Introducing the umpire for today, we have crew chief Ong Jin Leong, umpire Liu Kai Chong and Jeremy Go. And this is the moment introducing you Ziga Basketball Club, jersey number 5, Payoh. Jersey number 34, Vignesh Rendarajan. Jersey number 9, Sean Lin Fang Chi. Jersey number 13, Lin Jin Yuan. Jersey number 14, Tan Zhi Shen. Jersey number 17, Devin Go Kok Chia. Jersey number 91, Ron Yong Ro Tien. Jersey number 22, Ricky Ro Jia Chi. Jersey number 34, Ellie Chun Wang Shen. Jersey number 27, Eun Kin Hao. Jersey number 35, Teo Yong Chen. Jersey number 21, President Tan Yin Sing.
And I will, of course, introduce you to not only my co-commentator, but also to me and to the lads on field. So do stay with us as we continue with the action right here. So, time to get into the action right here at the Payoh Sports Hall. Let's very quickly run you through our bits and bobs for this event. My name is Glenn Mascarenas, and along with me I've got Coach Ong. Coach Ong, welcome to the party here today.
Thank you, Glenn. I'm happy to join Glenn here as well for the night tonight for these two exciting matches ahead.
So it's going to be a big one here for us today, because as we pretty much come to know, this is the cream of the crop. This is what we are looking at after months of contesting. We've got these 4 teams
That's
who
right.
will be contesting the 3rd and 4th place and the 1st and 2nd.
Yes.
And these are teams, of course, that you are very well acquainted with. So we'll talk about that at length. Let's run through the lads who are representing each team first. And I'm going to let you go with Siglap and our current lineup.
Sure. At 7, we have starters for Siglap. Jersey number 74, Vignesh Rendarajan. Jersey number 13, we have Lin Jin Yuan. who is also on the national team and on the Singapore Slingers team. Jersey number 17, we have Delvin Goh. He's the captain for this team. Jersey number 22, we have Lo Jiajun. And lastly, we have jersey number 27, Ng Kian Hao. That makes up the starters for the Siglap basketball team.
So let's run through what Shinhua have brought to the table today. We've got Wang Liang Rong, who's jersey number 3. You've got Han Sing Yuan, who's the captain, jersey number 7. Tan Sheng Shan, who's jersey number 8. Peter Luau, who's jersey number 9. And Mitchell Frederick, who is jersey number 18. So this is a very, very interesting battle that we are going to have in front of us. Our head coach, of course, is Ko Meng Kun for Shinhua Sports Club. And Coach Ong, as you mentioned a while back, this coach has been around with them for quite a period of time.
Yes, previously they are known as Home United. So now they have evolved to become Singapore Xinghua Sports Club. So there's a deep history in this basketball club as well as very established players. And Coach Ming Kun used to be on the Singapore national team for quite a number of years. So now he's the head coach. And they also recently went for the ASEAN School Games.
So that's interesting because we will, of course, be talking about the sport and how it's developed in recent times in just a little bit. But for now, we get straight down to the action. Let's remind you once again that this is the BAS National Basketball Division, Basketball League Division 1 2022. And correct me if I'm wrong, Coach, this tournament has been 2 years in waiting, thanks to the pandemic.
Yes, all of us are happy that this tournament is back, and after nearly about 2 months of regular season, we have come down to the final 4 teams, and this is the 3rd and 4th placing match we are about to kick off right now, tip off right now.
So it's all happening right here at the Payoh Sports Hall. It's a bright and beautiful day, although it doesn't matter to us because we're indoor. And we're about to start off with the first bit itself. Coach Ong?
Yes, Siglap with the possession with Kian Hao, the playmaker of the team.
And it's interesting that Siglap, of course, will be looking to, well, dominate fairly early in this tournament itself. It's the first up attempt. Well, it just goes a bit awry for Siglap. I would say
yes,
decent.
Delvin Goh with the defensive rebound.
Good bit of conviction there coming from the number 27. And
yes, I think the players are still getting warm up to the pace of the game, so we haven't get to see a basket made yet, despite a couple of possessions for both teams. Oh, good save. No, out of
decent
bounds.
arm there, but he did knock that out, and that's of course Peter.
Yes.
Peter Lau just managing to knock that out of play for the time being. But I'd say 10 on 10 for that effort all the same. That looks like it might be just a first violation.
Yes, that's a foul by Android number 8. Oh, sorry.
And that's
Xinghua number 8.
And that's Tan Cheng Shan.
Yes.
So Siglap taking advantage of that and getting their first few points in.
Yes, Jiajun with a nice layup at the bottom of the basket.
And that's what's really required when you are, of course, well, trying to do much. And that's the three-pointer. Well, that's exactly what was required. So very good effort coming in for the Siglap lads. So Shinhua also being able to knock in their first points. It's still 7-2, a bit of a, well, divide there, I'd say. Another attempt here. And I think, well, what most teams do, Coach Ong, is they do try and pull in those three-pointers whenever they can, isn't it?
Yes, I think the game has changed, so a lot of teams are actually focusing on the three-pointers now.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. And I think it's the second time around that he's been able to achieve that, the number 5.
Yes,
for Siglap.
Yong An with another 3-point. That's his second 3-point made for the game.
So Siglap may lead a 10-2, but it's a decent enough comeback from Shinhua's side. And they, of course, are now at 5 points.
Yes, Liang Rong with a 3 in return as well.
Oh, wonderful effort there. Wonderful effort from number 74. He was threatening a while back.
Yes, Vinesh with a nice hook shot there.
A decent enough attempt here from Tan Chen Chung, but, well, just about getting it through, well, the target itself. And this time, of course, well, the third time around, just a tad bit unlucky. Jersey number 5. And here's Vignesh back again.
Delvin shooting a 3 and made it. 3-pointer from the captain, Delvin Goh.
Pitch perfect, I'd say, on that one, Delvin. And, well, we do know one thing for certain, Coach Ong, is that Delvin's been a part of, he's been on national duty for some time now. And he's one of the steady players to watch in action, isn't he?
Yes, that's right. And I think he will also be in the Singapore Slingers program, where they have scheduled to return in November. But more of the details are still to be ironed out. So do stay tuned for the Singapore Slingers programs as well as their matches in the upcoming months.
And we will, of course, keep you in the loop about that. But as of now, it's back to the action here. Number 27, he's been fairly impressive too. He packs in a good bit of pace with his movement and fairly sharp with his passes.
Yes, Siglap with an early lead at 15-9.
And that's a decent enough move. Well, that's what was needed. And it's the captain who leads by example this time, Han Xing-yuan.
Yes, with a nice fast break layup.
So let's not forget, just as we reminded you earlier, this is, of course, the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. And this is really the cream of the crop. We did have the semi-finals that were played out and unable to keep that one from finding its way through.
Yep, no basket because the shot clock has came on before Delvin actually got the touch in. So the tip in does not count.
So it's still 15-11 here. And, well, fairly close, I'd say. I think Shinhua just drawing close to that score, Coach Ong.
Yes, I believe Singapore is actually holding on to the pace. And if we get this close throughout till the fourth quarter, I believe we should be in for an exciting end to the match.
So that's what we always be looking for. We're always looking for a thriller of a game. And let's not forget that, well, while we do have an attempt that's not going to work in favor of Siglap this time, let's remind you that Siglap, of course, did fall recently, and they fell to Adroit, which will be one of the teams in the grand finale. And Shinhua, of course, were defeated by Eng Tat in the semi-finals. The semis, of course, took place last week, and that was a thrilling affair as well. Coach Ong, you were a witness to all the action, and what were the matches were like? Did they go down to the wire?
Yes, I saw the one with Eng Tat. It was going down to the wires, and I guess all these 4 teams are quite fairly even matchup. So it really depends on their actual day execution and how the coaches actually prepare them for the different scenarios and set plays towards, especially in the fourth quarter where things are more tight, where the scores are very tight in terms of plays and all that. So it comes down to a difference with also with experience. The players who have been before on national duty should have a tad more experience than the rest of them.
So that's the interesting bit here, and right here at the Toa Payoh Sports Hall currently, let's very quickly remind you, we've got 4 periods, of course, that we will run through, or 4 quarters, and it's really left to your discretion what you want to call it. But keep in mind the fact that between the first and the second, we've got a 2-minute break, and then, of course, between the second and the third, there's going to be a 10-minute break, which is customary. Do not forget, one of the key things to remember, of course, is this is a 3rd and 4th place game, so it really boils down to who's going to come out on top. And how important, coach, are you being a coach, of course, how important are those timeouts to change the complexity and the strategy of the team?
It's really essential when a coach uses a timeout. For the first half, they actually get 2, which will not be allowed to roll over to the second half. Second half, each team is allowed 3 timeouts. But if they do not use one timeout by the last 2 minutes of the 4th quarter, it will be forfeited and you'll be left with 2. So every timeout is essential, so they can actually gauge the play. If the ball is out of bounds baseline, they can actually set up the play and they can get a quick score in and even actually change the momentum of the
I was
match.
just actually going to come to that. Such an important bit, and we just get a view, of course, decent enough block there, and I think that's good defensive measures being taken by Shinhua.
Yes, Mitchell with a steal and a missed layup at the end.
So here's the interesting bit, was just talking about the momentum. How important is the timeout to break the momentum of a team that is really in a winning spot?
It's important because during the timeout, the coaches will be allowed to actually sub players as well. You can get the bench in. Some of the bench players who have been actually, it could be sitting for a while. And some of them are actually very good players, just that they might not be a starter for that particular team. So bench players do play an important role when the starters are actually getting a quick rest before they are back onto the court.
Absolutely. So Shinhua really looking to get back into the action. Well, they missed out on a couple of opportunities early, but they've got a fresh pair of feet on. Just as we mentioned earlier, you've got young Mitchell Frederick, of course, who's been trying to, well, make the difference as well for his team. But as it currently stands, it's Siglap Basketball Club 17 and Shinhua 13. Very interesting, of course. We still have 2 minutes and a little over 45 seconds to be precise left on the clock. And It's been a very interesting first period to watch the lads get into groove. And that is beautifully done.
It's a nice layup by Branson Tan, who is in for Vic Nash with the last substitution.
So a wonderful move there from, well, jersey number 21. And that's a counter that's worked really fast in terms of Shinhua's reply.
Yes. Mitchell with another layup. 2 points on the board.
Well, did get a view of him earlier when he was warming up, and well, he does favor shots that are closer towards the target than from afar, and I think that's really his skill sets. Was watching him practice the hook as well. I mean, the good old days in school and in junior college, one of the most coveted shots at that time used to be the hook, because nobody really would pull it off too often, and just comes with a bit of practice. So another foil there. Siglap not willing to relinquish the lead that they have. Here goes Mitchell again, just narrowly missing out on...
Oh, another chance, a third chance for them to score?
Well, they've had a few worrying bits. So I think the Siglap defense also just trying to regroup. They've been trying to keep those moves from Shinhua at bay. And I think they've done fairly well to foil a few of their attempts.
Yes, that's right. With Singhua actually playing team defense now, we get to see a fast break by Xing Yuan, number 7.
So that's clinically done by Ten Cheng Shan. Well, he's been there before, so just pulling 2 points shy of the Siglap Basketball Club scoreline. And this is really what is required. It's been good enough movement coming in from both sides of the court, but let's not forget, more importantly, Shinhua really giving, Siglap Basketball Club a run for their money in this first bit. So 1 minute and 12 seconds still left.
Yes, forget to mention that for the referees for this match, we have Ong Jin Leong, who is the crew chief, number 12 that you see on his back of the shirt. And Empire 1, we have Neo Kai Chong, number 77. Both of them are actually active FIBA referees for Singapore. And Empire 2, we have number 27, Jeremy Goh. So this makes up the whole referee team for this match. All three of them are established and experienced referees. So we have no doubt that all the players are in good hands as well.
And we've got a well thrown as well for Xinhua, who will be eyeing the opportunity to actually draw level on points, or probably even get a point advantage. Richard Frederick, which is missing out once again. And a counter that's going to work very well in favor of Siglap.
Yes, nice fast break by Sean Lim.
So it's been end-to-end action, so just 4 points adrift now.
Yes, Siglap slightly pulling away with the last couple of baskets. And a foul here by Xinhua.
Well, everybody loves a free throw, don't you?
Yes, it's basically 3 points where there is only you and the ball in the ring. So players actually make a serious practice attempts at practicing how they perfect their free throws. If you notice, like NBA players, they hardly miss any shots. So they have put plenty of hours. Oh, hard foul here by Sean.
And that's a collision for certain.
The referees have promptly called for the foul.
And it's interesting though when you actually look at some of the moves that we've had on court. We haven't had a game that's been too aggressive though. It's just, but I guess that could change as you get onto the latter parts. Just 16 seconds left. Well, in this quarter,
yes,
before we can find out where those scores lie. But I think Siglap just doing enough to keep themselves that, arm's length ahead of the opposition.
Yes, I think both teams want to stay close in terms of scoring. We do see a barrage of 3-pointers ongoing on from both teams.
So that's the end of the first quarter, and it's certainly Siglap Basketball Club who have, well, not dominated, I'd say, but they've actually stayed just about noses ahead of the competition. So it's Siglap Basketball Club 21, Xinhua 17, as we finish off with the first quarter. Let's remind you, of course, once again, that this is the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022, and it's being played right here at the Payoh Sports Hall. My name is Glenn Mascarenas, and joining me to take you through the action right till the end of this event is Coach, very popular in basketball, but he's also got his hands behind the wheel in F1, and he's also been a part of the WTA, or the Women's Tennis Association tournament. We'll talk more at length to Coach Ong about his activities, but for now, very quick review of the first quarter, and how is the matchup looking to you as of now, Coach Ong?
We're looking with Siglap with slightly better shooting percentages, but in a moment we'll get the stats out, which you guys can also view live on the BS website. There's a link. It's reflected live, maybe a few seconds delay, but it's actually live, where we had a clicker and personnel from the Basketball Association to actually handle it. It's part of the official team as well.
Now, Coach Ong, you're an officially certified referee, and what's the better part of the action, being behind the microphone or being on court?
Oh, it's actually my first time behind a microphone, so it's definitely a new experience for me. I'm actually excited.
Well, you've been very comfortable with it, so you're just a natural with it.
Partly because I also love the sport quite a fair bit. I was a coach, and now I'm a more of an active referee right now. So. Yeah, but I'm still an everyday student of the game. So I believe we all, for the referees, you're only as good as your last game, and results do count. So if they are playing for performance, like slingers and the national team, and we have quite a number of representative from both teams here, Xinghua and Siglap, who have been on national teams, and some are even active Singapore slingers players. So it does place a lot of pressure on them when our local climate does not really allow them to excel in a full-time role. So what we see is really a lot of commitments and sacrifice by players to do it.
So that's interesting because it's a sport that you really have to love to pursue it. Now, we've got, of course, well, the game that's resumed right back here, and it's started off back again at Siglap. 21, Xinhua 17. Remember, we entered the second quarter. Let's not forget that after this, of course, there'll be a good long 10-minute break. But for the time being, it still is a heady battle between the two. Missed opportunity there coming from Peter Lau. But then, of course, there's always chance for redemption. It's now 21-19 as Xinhua draw close, just 2 points adrift of Siglap Basketball Club. Decent enough layup that we got a view of there. Now here's Vignesh, and a chance here. Well, I'd say excellent play there from Siglap, but they couldn't bring it to fruition at the end.
Yes, Ken Hao there with a quick stop to block the momentum of the fast break. And substitution for Siglap. We have Yong An going in for Sean Lim, number 9.
So here's Mitchell Frederick back again. Receives the pass. He's got to find his way through. Decent enough move there. Another three-pointer missed, and I think that's been one of their, well, stumbling blocks from that area for Xinhua. They haven't been able to really find the target from afar. But here's Vignesh. He's had a good arm on him.
Missed shot by Vignesh there.
Xinhua now on the counter.
So I think both teams are playing at a fairly fast pace. Most of the fast breaks are coming in within a 2 or 3 pass possession.
Well, it's almost end-to-end action between the lads. There's no doubt about it.
Yes, we get another one here.
And that's Martin Lim.
Martin Lim.
And he's got, well, Peter to do the needful. So Peter Lau, or that's Tan Chen Chang, sorry.
Tan Ching Chang with the conversion under the basket as well.
And he's been very impressive right through this, well, first quarter,
yes.
Second quarter as well.
Yes, Xinhua with 14 points in the paint in the first quarter. 14 points in the paint in the first quarter compared to Siglap, which has 10. So Siglap is shooting at about 52.9% from the field in the first quarter, and Xinhua only shooting at 33%. So
there's a change in the positions as Xinhua have now taken the lead for the first time.
Oh yes,
they lead 23-21. So the second quarter has turned, well, has turned a bit turtle for Siglap, I'd say.
Yes, correct. I think with Xinhua playing at a faster pace is probably one of the strategy by Coach Min Kun, where they actually can identify that the Siglap transitional defense is actually a bit slow.
And a foul against Martin Lim will grant the ball there to Xinhua. A chance for a few more free points coming in.
Yes, free throws coming on. Missed the first one.
So an interesting event here. And it's now time for, well, those free throws to really work. And that's exactly how Xinhua have done it. I think they've been, well, pretty much well organized getting into this part of the game. So in the second quarter, now here we see Xinhua, Coach Ong drawing away from them. They're 3 points ahead for the first time in this matchup.
Yes, we have a substitution in number 13, Junyan for Vignesh. I think Junyan is also on national team and also on the Singapore Slingers team. So we get to see how he performs here in this second quarter. With his fellow teammate Delvin Goh, we have just made a layup. And a nice layup from Delvin.
So Delvin now, of course, drawing his team closer.
Layup. And a nice
consistent player. And a lot of these players, of course, do have that opportunity to go and wear, the nation's colors on their sleeve. And that's another three-pointer so much needed here.
Yes, nice 3-point by Xing Yuan with assist from Peter Lau. Nice kick out for a corner 3.
And there goes Delvin again.
Yes, it looks like he's unstoppable in the paint. Fast break again by Xinghua. Look, with Delvin's height and strength and his years of experience, and he probably popped onto the Singapore Slingers team at the tender age of 18, 19. Right now, he's been on this circuit for probably about 10 plus years. So definitely one of the more established players on the court now that you should look out for. And it seems like Xinghua doesn't have an answer to his offense.
But Xinhua certainly has an answer to every time they get a free throw.
Another defensive rebound from Delvin. He had 3 in the first quarter.
So 25-28 is where the score stands at currently, with Xinhua pretty much, well, proving that they're here to win it. Siglap, of course, were the ones that started off on the front foot. Well, not the strongest attempt coming in here from jersey number 13.
Yes, number 8 with the layup, Tan Cheng Shan.
So Tan Chen Shang able to knock one in.
Yes, Xinghua starting to pull away with the lead. Now they are leading by 5 in the second quarter with 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Oh,
That's exactly what you were talking about.
Yes, that's right. He is also a 3-point shooter.
And what a difference it makes to be able to
actually see him brief up on his game. He's actually working on his shooting as well. So you can't leave a big man out on the top like they used to anymore. Another defensive rebound.
And that's the difference when you're talking about players like Delvin, the ability to actually execute the jump shot almost perfectly. He's slick with his passes as well.
Yes,
good with defense.
So with the last few plays for Siglap, we actually see him getting the possession on the top of the key, where Xinghua, if they're still playing team zone defense, you have to actually put 2 men on him, and he can actually even have the passing ability to find the open man.
Well, I think with his skill sets, he does tend to create a good bit of space for himself, no matter how much he's been tagged or marked, but he does have that ability to break free. And just as you mentioned, it's that experience that really counts at the end of the day, which sees him through. His movement very smooth on court as well. And that's the height advantage. But Xinhua not willing to give up. So Siglap just clawing their way back.
Yes. Oh, spin move and converted the layup. A round of applause from the huge crowd here at Toa Payoh Sports Hall.
Well, we haven't seen a spin move right from the start, isn't it? And every time you do get one or few of the tricks that come out of the bag.
Yes, I think we still have a fair amount of some limited amount of seats. So if you are nearby, you can just pop on down to the Toa Payoh Sports Hall to join us live. We still have a second game coming up, the finals game.
And finally getting a piece of the pie, the number 27.
Ng Kian Hao, 27. Oh, another 3 by Tan Cheng Shan.
End-to-end action here as the teams, of course, currently are 32-33. There's still a good bit of time left, a bit over 3 minutes and 45 seconds. And this is the interesting bit. Now here goes Delvin again. Does have an extremely strong arm on him too. Having said that, we were talking about where the teams stand currently, and it certainly is going to be a tough one for either of us to call it, as in the result, because it's looking like it's end-to-end action.
Yeah, based on the results of the semi-finals, we see the top 4 teams are fairly even, and it could have went both ways. With these 2 teams could have had a chance in the finals as well.
And wonderfully done there. Absolutely marvelous.
By Branson Tan, number 21, with a layup.
Well, just a tad bit of a reverse move there from Branson, and he's done extremely well to keep his own. He's a fast mover.
Yes, Junian with some amazing ball handling skills. Delvin with a mystery. And Xinghua is on the fast break again. So right now we actually see Siglap is actually deploying a man-on-man defense compared to Xinhua's zone defense. The only difference is actually you are actually picking up on your own man. So if the matchup is good enough and you don't see a big gap, the coaches will deploy man-to-man.
And Martin Lim, of course, just restoring that lead that they had with a very easy layup. It's 35-34 now. Delvin will look to create more opportunities for his team.
Yes, right now we see a lot of kickouts for Siglap. Once they can find the open man and there's a gap in the zone defense, they were able to convert. So with more offensive rebound as well. Technically, with zone defense, the offensive team shouldn't be experiencing that much of offensive rebounds.
So true, and beautifully done.
Three-pointer.
Absolutely marvelous shot in there from Martin Lim. He's been, well, very accurate and fairly steady with that arm of his.
It's 2 minutes to go, and we are very close in the points. Siglap 36, Xinghua 38. Only a basket difference.
And this is what really makes the difference, isn't it? When a game is so closely fought, you definitely don't want a one-sided game. It just kind of ruins the entire thrill of the competition.
Yes, I think every crowd loves a close game, especially in the last quarter and even up till the last 1 minute. Because I think in sports, that's the amazing thing. You will never be able to predict results.
Absolutely.
And it's very exciting to know for basketball fans like me and for all the viewers out there who are really passionate about the sport in Singapore.
So another missed shot here for the Siglap lads, and it was the number 22, Rieslow.
Good block there.
Here's Mitchell Frederick.
Yes, with a jump shot, converted it.
And that was so needed. Those 3 points are so crucial here. So Xinhua do have the lead now. Back again. A little over a minute to go, and, well, anything could turn with the amount of scoring that we've had in this part of the matchup.
Yes, I guess both teams will want a nice buffer cushion to go into the halftime. We get to see Vignesh back onto the court. Sean Lim as well, a substitution for Siglap Basketball Club.
So here's the interesting bit, just as Coach Ong invited you earlier, do take up that invitation. Remember, this is the cream of the crop as far as the league is concerned. Don't forget that, of course, we've got still a couple of seats available. It's quite a packed house, as we can see, but there's still a few seats available. And if you are in the area, just come down to the Payoh Sports Hall, fill in those seats along with us. And believe you me, we still have a grand final coming up when Adroit will take on Engtat later on.
Yes, that game will be scheduled on 8 p.m. So we have just about an hour and a half left. So do grab your own transport down for the match.
And, well, to come and join us now, here's Mitchell Frederick testing his shooting skills.
Converted the first free throw.
Well, if he knocks this one in, I'm going to say he's going to give them a 5-point advantage. Well, it's still 4 points because he did have the previous 3-pointer as well. So 41-36 is as it stands, with Xinhua still in the driver's seat here. But there's always going to be an opportunity for Siglap to claw their way back in.
Yes, Glenn. So right now we get a timeout from Siglap, Coach Lee Boon Hian. I guess he is going to set up a baseline play to see if he can convert this with less than a minute left on the clock. So like what I mentioned earlier, if the timeouts are actually used appropriately and timely, they could change the pace. If they come out of the timeout knocking down a three, they're only down by 2 points.
And that's exactly what is needed, isn't it? You require to basically set the scoreline such that it's still competitive. And that's, I guess, what the coach would be trying to do for Siglap.
Yes. Boon Hian is also an established coach who has been around for quite a number of years.
While we do have, of course, the timeout to cruise through, let's very quickly ask you, Coach Ong, what is the kind of pressure that basketball coaches do have in Singapore? Is it a little bit easier than what you would see on foreign turf?
I guess there's definitely much easier where you don't really have the pressure to win, but some of the coaches are doing it full time, so they also have to win to actually secure the contracts for the school, where I guess most of the livelihood is coming from.
Absolutely. So you heard that right from the coach's mouth. And we will, of course, talk a little bit more about basketball later on. But for now, yes.
So Delvin with a post move. Kick out for a 3.
Well, that's what you really want to be able to do. And you want to be able to, well, hit, well, the target as soon as you can to restore that balance that you had with the points. It's under 20 seconds now left to go. Mitchell Frederick here. What's he going to do? He's got to decide which way he'll turn it.
Oh, missed shot. And shot clock is off. Last possession, 10 seconds. Kick out for another 3 from Sean Lim.
And that's pretty much into the big break for us here. Do we have... Well, we do have the teams going into a break.
Yes.
So as it currently stands, 41 Xinhua Siglap Basketball Club, 36 very quickly. I'm going to ask Coach Ong for a review of the second quarter. Our first quarter was one which was closely fought, but Siglap made it a point to keep themselves ahead of the contest. Now, Xinhua came in with a different game plan. And how effective was their strategy in this second quarter?
Their second quarter deployment of more fast break seems to have worked in favor of them, where the Siglap transitional defense is a bit slow to get back. So we get to actually see, I haven't get the stats yet, but we actually get to see they actually converted, I guess, most of their fast break points and even second chance points of the fast break. So that's a bit crucial as well, because fast break, you don't get the 5 players back defending. You get maybe 2 or 3. That's what we call it, a transitional fast break. And the transitional defense, if at times they can't get to set the defense properly, then they manage to actually get an advantage of it. Maybe it could be a 4-on-2 or 3-on-1 scenario.
So we are, of course, going to be with you right till the end of this event. Let's remind you that this is the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. Don't forget, my name is Glenn Mascarenas. With me is Coach Ong to take you right till the end of today's action. A very quick mention, of course, of our sponsors and our partners. Sports Singapore and Tote Board for their partnerships with us in sport. Also Molten as our official ball, Leaning as our official apparel, Rigora as halftime entertainment prize sponsors, and other sponsors, Alvin Sports Private Limited, Frameworks Architects, and Alex Go branch of Orange Tea. So we'll get back with you just a little bit, Coach Ong and me, but for now it's time to take a breather, get yourself a bit of refreshment, and basketball action will continue right here at the Payoh Sports Hall.
Top 5 reasons why your child should join this club.
Develop your children's self-esteem.
Confident children strive to achieve their goal to become successful.
Number 4. Do well in school.
Increase oral results and the ability to seek help from classmates and teachers.
Number 3.
Is the final game. Because all finally get to a long way to be in the semi-finals, best of 3, and 4 going on this final.
So let's bring it straight back down here at the Payoh Sports Hall and revive what we started off a while back. This is the third and fourth place game between Siglap Basketball Club and Shinhua. My name is Glenn Mascarenas. Along with me, it's Coach Ong. And it is Shinhua, of course, who still have that slight advantage, and Siglap Basketball Club just looking to rectify it and change things around. So a very interesting matchup that we've had in the first 2 quarters into the third quarter. And Coach Ong, as we can see, we are expecting a different strategy for this part as well.
Yes, we are looking ahead to the third quarter now with Siglap with the possession. Jin Yuan with a missed 3. But as I expected earlier, the fast break points in the second quarter, Singhua had 13, whereas Siglap only had 4. So we see a big difference in the gameplay in the second quarter just now.
And, well, the most points, of course, have been accrued by a Shinhua player.
Yes, the current top scorer will be Tan Cheng Shan with 13 points, followed by Martin Lim, 8 points. So for Siglap, we have Delvin.
And Delvin had about 10 in the bag.
Yes, Delvin had 10 points and followed by Yong An with 8 points. So these are the top 2 scorers for both teams in the first half.
And just as we talk about that, here, of course, is another sweet attempt from Peter Lau, who decides to get one more in for Shinhua. So the lead 43-36. It's been an interesting change as far as the pace of the game is concerned. And as Coach Ong, of course, rightly pointed out, there we go with another one. And this time, of course, it's Tan Cheng Shan. Oh, sorry, not Tan Cheng Shan, but the captain.
Yes, captain with the putback in the under the basket in the paint. So we have the
Han Cheng Yuan, who has done the needful. And here we have, of course, Siglap clawing their way back. So it's still 38-45. And it's really the pace and how you command the pace, isn't it, Coach Ong? And Shinhua already set that in the second quarter. And they look to be extending that into the third as well.
Yes, Glenn. Siglap is still deploying man-on-man defense on Singhua. So we shall see how that works for them with the scoreline now slightly pulling away.
And this time, of course, it's Tan Chen Chang who's back in. I think he's looking to finish with maximum points in this matchup, if possible. He's got, well, his good teammate, Vishal Frederick, of course, who might be challenging that as well. And that's a three-pointer.
Some sneak passing from Sigla, ending with a 3-point from Junyuan.
It's a wonderful effort, just as we saw from Lim Junyuan earlier. And I think, well, it's end-to-end. Xinhua want to restore that. But Tan Chen Chang will have to wait for another opportunity. We're just looking at it basically end-to-end as far as we are concerned. Counter upon counter. And we do have, of course...
No basket there with an offensive foul from Junyuan with a push-off during the layup. So the referee called it an offensive foul. Call is made by Jeremy Goh.
Very good call there by our official.
Yes, it's actually not easy to pick up offensive foul, especially in the act of shooting. I think most of the players, if you have games refereed by official VAS referee. So on court for all throughout this NBL games, we had 3 referees. So the main crew chief leading the 3 of them, followed by Empire 1 and Empire 2.
So Tan Chen Chang now, of course, will get the free throw after a violation in there. And I think this is where, well, Xinhua can certainly, well, cement their lead if they want to. Perfectly done. Haven't seen too many, well, nail 2 out of 2. So I'd be, well, pleasantly surprised.
So, missed the second one.
It's almost like Murphy's reverse law, isn't it? How often do you really, you know, well, get those 2 points?
Players who really perfect their free throw, basically it's just you and the basket, because nothing else is affecting you. And it's basically 3 points on the board if you are managed to convert 2 or 3 if you are fouled in the act of shooting on the 3-point shot.
So Mitchell Frederick once again rushing through. It was a very good drive from him earlier, but right now as we're looking at it, it certainly looks like Xinhua will get another opportunity here. This possession will be granted to them. We've got a change as well.
It's John
Substitution
Lim coming in for Vignesh. Has decided to go smaller, so we only Delvin in the paint and the rest of the 4 players pushing the pace. You can see them picking up more fast break in the start of this 3rd quarter so far with about 3.5 minutes done.
Well, that's a very interesting substitution, of course, that we did see earlier with Sean Lim coming in for Vignesh. Both players, of course, do embody very different characteristics. Vignesh more free-flowing with his attack, while Sean Lim tends to be a bit stronger with his blocks. So I'm well, just trying to read what is going on through the coach's mind. Delvin. Well,
with a foul in there, so you get 2 points on the board and 1 free throw. Foul in the act of shooting.
So that's definitely got to be a bit of relief here for Siglap. And interesting to see how Delvin keeps his cool. Well, keep in mind the fact that this is a lad who's had tons and tons of shots from that area. Does relish every single free throw, every single shot that he can knock in.
Did not manage to convert the free throw.
So it's still 48-43. Good bit of damage control being done there with a pickup by Tan Chen Chang.
Junyuan with the defensive rebound and a fast break. Nice block there. Tan Chen Chang.
Mr. Frederick back again.
Sean Lim with a fast break with nobody guarding him. And converted it.
And he's done well, absolutely well. So basically Xinhua just being punished for that slip up there at the back, and
it seems they are slower off the blocks from the halftime break of about 10 minutes. So back on court now.
And Siglap's catching up.
Yes, the gap is only 3 points and it's anyone's game right now. I think both teams want to stay close until they actually get into the fourth quarter. Julian with a steal and a fast break conversion right there.
So Julian just bringing his team.
Yes, the coach Ho Min Kun has decided to call for the timeout and it's enough because the lead is only down to 1 point now. I think they managed to string up on at least a 8 or 9
I think this would be a bit of concern here for Coach Ko Men Kung of Shinhua. You did mention this earlier, Coach Ong, that we're looking at a change. Shinhua will just started off a bit slower in that third period, just as they got in. And I think Siglap have really taken advantage of the situation. They've eyed opportunity and they've grabbed it at every bit that they could. And I think the scoreline will tell us a story, 47-48.
Yes, they seems a bit sloppy with the pass in there. So most of the pass has been steal and converted by Siglap on a fast break attempt. So it definitely sums up the quarter so far. So they need to cut down the number of turnovers.
And we are going to give you, of course, the entire statistics as promised earlier. We still have about a little over 5 minutes left as far as this third quarter is concerned. Remember, this is a third and fourth place game that we're looking at. Whoever, of course, wins this will be second runner-up. And that's a better way for us to always frame it. Let's not forget later on, of course, we do have one of our, men in charge of the Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth and Ministry of Social and Family Development who will be joining us as a guest of honor, and that's Eric Chua. He's the Senior Parliamentary Secretary. We also have, in attendance, the men behind the machine that runs the BAS, and that, of course, is Dr. Kokun Tek, who's the President, and the Honorary Secretary Matthias Ko, along with Mr. Tanjong Se, who's the Tournament Chairman of BAS. So all of them in attendance here. Remember, this is a big event. It's been 2 years in waiting, and that's the reason why, fans of the sport like Coach Ong and me are thrilled that it's back in Sean Lim. Unable to turn one in here, and it looks like Shinhua have got a few words from their coach. Now left to be seen whether they put that to use, Coach Ong.
Yes, that's right. We'll see how they perform in the next few possessions with another offensive rebound after a missed shot by Mitchell. Oh, defense is good by Siglap, especially in this third quarter. And they are more or less deploying the same strategy as Xinhua in the second quarter. So Junyan with a foul-in basket.
And he's also got a foul, going in his favor, which means there could be more points here on offer for Siglap, who reclaim their lead. It's now 49-48. And shooting to make it 50. He's kept his calm. He's done extremely well here, Lim Junyan. So this is what was so needed. Siglap Basketball Club, not just clawing their way back, but they've done it in style. It's now 50-48. Shinhua will have to pull in the points as soon as they can.
Yes, Siglap has taken the lead now, 50-48. Xinhua just not converting all the basket, but now Tan Cheng Shan will convert one in a paint, a jump shot.
How necessary was that jump? And it's 50-50, anyone's game to win. What a perfect scoreline for us, Coach Ong.
Yes, we are expecting some more points left in this third quarter with 3 minutes to go.
For a minute, I just thought you were going to say we are expecting a bit of rain and thunderstorms.
So we are indoor with air condition. So all of you are welcome down to join us. If you are unable to make it, you can also catch us live on the stream on YouTube. And if you are more of a basketball fanatic, there's actually a live stats available on the BS website. You can actually scroll down to the home web page and then find the last second game, which is this third and fourth placing, where you can manage to actually see the live stats, which is updated live by the statisticians on the court as well.
Lovely three-pointer there. Siglap, of course, now sail into the lead, into a very convincing manner. It's 53-50, and do not take Coach Ong's invitation too lightly. Well, do come in if you're in the area. We've still got a few, well, spots left, and we can fit you in if you want to catch the live action. But if not, you can follow it on YouTube, which I guess you're doing right now, or on any of your screens, whether it's big or small. And more importantly, let's not forget that if you want to follow it, well, very in-depth, then do go to our website, where the BAS website will feature every single bit of information that you require. We did mention this earlier. There might be a bit of a delay as far as the stats are concerned, but you will get that through. And Tan Chin Chong has been very stellar in his performance. Well, drawing his team close. Another opportunity here to set the level straight with a free throw.
Yes, we have another foul-in basket, which we have seen the last couple of plays from both sides. Now we have Vignesh coming back in for Sean Lim, probably just to show up the zone defense inside, so that we've seen a number of offensive rebounds by Xinghua. So probably just to close it out and to help out Delvin with the rebounds.
So this time around, Tan Chin Chong, of course, unable to, well, take advantage of the situation. There's still 2 minutes and 25 seconds left.
A foul there, so both teams are in the penalty. So any fouls left in this 2 minutes and 25 will automatically be a 2 shots scenario, except for offensive foul.
So that's
Delvin
really
on
what
the
some
line.
of the best teams do wait for, an opportunity like this.
Yes, that's why we try to keep the fouls low, not because of the team foul, but also because on the players, they have a maximum of 5 fouls, and if they have hit the fifth foul, they'll be out of the game.
So that's exactly what needs to be kept in mind, and well, no better person to ask that from but Coach Ong, who's also an official referee. He knows the rules of this game, pinpoint down to, well, every single little bit that goes in, and that's so essential.
Oh, another miss there. Good defense by Junyan.
I think here's the interesting bit. Tan Chin Chong has really tried to, well, uplift his team's performance.
Yes, I think he single-handedly scored quite a fair bit in this quarter.
Here's Delvin. Beautifully done. Always makes that look as easy as apple pie. That's what he does, and uses his height advantage. Remember, he's got that accuracy factor down as well.
Yes, we see Siglap employing at least a half-court defense right here to put more pressure on the Xinghua offense.
They're really making them work, aren't they? There's no doubt about it.
Yes, and they have to get the ball to the front court within 8 seconds from their inbound on the baseline.
Glorious move there, very well driven by Reki Low.
Out of bounds, it will still be Xinghua ball.
So 57-52, and how the tables have turned. Well, let's not forget the first quarter belonged to Siglap, the second belonged to Xinhua, and I shudder to think if Xinhua goes to claim the fourth quarter, that'll be quite a matchup, won't it be?
So far, Siglap is actually doing quite well in all aspects for this quarter alone, with a lot of fast break points and rebounds as well. And they've converted most of their second chance points, so that is crucial.
So absolutely wonderful player from Siglap in this part. Let's very quickly, of course, while we get through the action of this, let's remind you once again what we are a part of here today. And finally, a bit of relief there as we get one in from Peter Law. So now it's 57-54. So a reminder that this is the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. This is, well, really the cream of the crop, or the best of the best that you're looking at in action. And we did have the semis that were played out last week, where Adroit Sports Association got the better of Siglap, and Engtat Hornets got the better of Xinhua. So which is why these two teams are battling it out for the second runners-up position. As Coach Ong mentioned, any of the top 4 teams, well, could have been there in the finals, and Vignesh, well, gets another 3-pointer in, and that is so essential. Or did he have his foot on the line? Well, it's 2 points there for them. So 59-54.
Another fast break here by Siglap. And Junyuan with the layup conversion.
Well, they've just stretched that lead, and here we are at the end of the third quarter. It's an interesting change because, as we said earlier, the first and the third quarter now belonging to Siglap. Siglap Basketball Club 61, Shinhua 54. We are into a 2-minute break. Very quick review, Coach Ong, of how you think the third quarter panned out.
Yeah, I think Siglap has been deploying more fast break, especially in this quarter, like what we see Tsinghua did in the second quarter, and it has proven to be pretty effective for them, crawling out at a 7-point lead. So it's quite crucial going into the fourth quarter where we are set to play for another 10 minutes.
So it's going to be interesting to see which team, of course, do cement that points lead right at the beginning, and how the fourth quarter starts off is going to be an interesting one for us.
Yes, especially in the first 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, we'll see which team dictates the pace more and whether they are still going to stick to their zone defense if it's proven to be successful, or switch to man-on-man defense for their individual matchup.
So we'll be back with you in just under a minute to take you back through the fourth and final quarter of the third and fourth place match. So don't go anywhere. It's me, Glenn Mascarenas, along with my co-commentator, Coach Ong, who are here with you right till the end. So let's bring you back to the action right here at the Payoh Sports Hall, and it is, of course, the third and fourth place match between Siglap Basketball Club and Shinhua in the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. It's time to get straight to the action as Vignesh, takes control. Siglap Basketball Club doing just enough to stretch their lead to a good bit, and 7 points ahead of their competitors Shinhua. Now let's find out what happens in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, some interesting stats from the third quarter. We have Siglap shooting at 47% and Tsinghua shooting at 34%. So Tsinghua haven't been really shooting the basket well. So they have maintained below 40% for the first 3 quarters so far. But Siglap bench has been outstanding with a point scoring of 20 compared to 9 by Tsinghua in the third quarter alone. Points are even from turnovers, 12 each. And fast break points, Tsinghua leading 15-12.
So Tan Chen Chung really now knocking in the first one.
Yes,
Put his team onto, and that's the first time around we've had 2 in a row. So it's 56 points. Well, just cutting that deficit down to now 5 points. And it'll be interesting to see what Shinhua can bring to the table in this very quarter.
Yes, Tan Ching Shan with the top score for this game so far. He has 22 right now.
Let's make that 24.
Yes, that's right. 24. Top scorer for the game so far. And for Siglap, we had Delvin at 16 points, followed by 12 from Lim Junyuan.
So we're currently just about 3 points shy, or Shinhua is 3 points shy of Siglap Basketball Club. Here's Delvin. Well, they definitely have a plan in mind. A missed attempt there from Branson Tan.
Yes, Aaron So with the defensive rebound.
Here's Mitchell Frederick.
So
Got to decide which way he's going to go.
Yes, you see here Siglap deploying the man-on-man defense, so you get to see their individual matchup with Vignesh guarding on to Mitchell.
And that's well done. He's in stellar form tonight, isn't he? Absolutely stellar form.
Yes, that's right. Very good shooting right there. So still a close game with 8 minutes to go. Siglap with the possession and Junyuan with the 3-point shot. Miss, offensive rebound.
Here's Delvin. He can be the danger man.
Yes, after the offense, if you grab the offensive rebound, you have a shot clock of 14. to make the basket. So
Certainly a very, very strong bit of movement here from Xinhua as they've drawn now just about 1 point shy of Siglap Basketball Club. So closing that gap in, and it's only a matter of time before they can draw level. So this game, of course, is poised to go straight down to the wire, as we said. And Jess Branson Town, of course, doing the needful here to keep, well, his team just slightly ahead with that layup. It's now 63-60. Lovely run from Branson earlier.
yes, with the fast break again, the long pass from the backcourt. Delvin with the defensive rebound right now. We are still a very close game, just a basket difference.
And Branson's knocked that in. Now this is so important. You want to pull in those three-pointers at this part of the game.
Yes,
66-60. They practically restored the lead they had.
There's an uncontested corner three, so it shouldn't be that way at this level because the defense is caught slipping. There's a foul right there.
And being pulled up for it, of course, is Peter Law. So, well, that push, the referee just signaling the degree of violation, and it's definitely going to be now another opportunity for Siglap to just extend the lead that they already have.
Yes, Branson seems to have the hot hand early on in this fourth quarter so far. So let's see if he can convert both his free throws.
Well, just as we did say earlier, we've reached that point where you do have, well, two shots, and that could actually work totally in your favor.
Yes, we've seen games won or lost just on the free throw line. So it's actually very, very important.
So currently, as it stands at Siglap Basketball Club, 67, Xinhua 60. As we continue with the action, there's still about 6 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. And this is an interesting bit here as we cruise through what is the latter part of the fourth and final quarter.
Yes, Siglap is shooting 28% on the free throw line, whereas Xinhua is shooting close to 54%. So more than half.
So what's really required when you are talking about, well, the contest here is being able to pull in those maximum points from a distance, and I think Siglap have done fairly well to do that. Xinhua will did find their rhythm earlier, but Siglap just taken them by surprise, and that's another beautiful attempt there, and it's now 69-60. So Coach Hong, it certainly looks like Siglap have come in with conviction.
Yes, it seems like they are pulling away for the first 4 minutes of this final quarter with a more intensive play, and Xinhua defense haven't been able to really respond to them.
So what a matchup this has turned out to be. It started off, of course, with Siglap just taking the reins in the first period, on the first quarter, and then in the second quarter it was, well, a good fight back from Xinhua. But in the third quarter, Siglap endorsing the authority. And right now,
Yes,
I think it's going to be a tough call to decide which way it's going to go, because there's still a little over 5 minutes left. Good enough attempt here, but
we see Xinhua is still deploying a 2-3 zone defense where it's quite easily to find a gap as long as they kept the passes clean and quick. Because the coach might need to change strategy if this still goes on, as we only have about 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
I think the counterplay from Siglap has just been wonderful in the last quarter, and in this as well. But having said that, well, Xinhua are fighting back. It's now 69-64.
Yes, Martin with another spin move layup.
Always does get a good applause for that as well. Every time he does bring that on display and talk about putting things on display. Another 3 points in here for Siglap.
Yes, from Lim Jun Yuan. He's quite a decent 3-point shooter, so they got to guard the 3-point line. Because there was another uncontested 3-point attempt.
And I think, well, Xinhua will just have had a few slip-ups. You can't really afford those at this part of the game, especially when you know that Siglap is really vying for every single spot that they can get and every single shot that they can get in. So I do believe you really have to be, well, on your best at this part. And years where I think Siglap have just, well, faltered a little bit getting into the latter part of this game.
Yes, I guess, but they are still one of the financially richer club in Singapore. So most of the players are actually leisure players, but you do get a couple. I think like Jun Yuan or Delvin Goh, they are on the Singapore Slingers team where you actually get a monthly allowance when the season comes around. They could, if they are holding a full-time job, they could be actually taking a leave of absence to actually play full-time within this time frame of about 3 to 4 months.
So while we do have that timeout, let's very quickly ask you, Coach Ong, what is the difference that we're looking at currently with Singapore basketball as a whole from the time that you would have first made your entry into the sport, and you also played club basketball at one point of time? What's the difference between then and now? Is there more improved facilities? Do you have more access to courts? What's it like?
Yes, the game is evolving, definitely, with more social media coming into play. But in terms of facilities-wise, I think it's actually one of the more affordable sports that you can actually get into by all levels. If you're a kid or youth, you can just simply grab a pair of shoes and a basketball and just head down to wherever you are staying. You probably have one basketball court nearby and just start playing some pickup games with the people there or your neighbors. So
I can actually name one sport that is actually cheaper to start than basketball.
Really?
Sepak.
Oh yes, we definitely get to see some of the badminton courts side by side where there are sepak takraw players playing together at the same time as well.
I remember in the good old days. Well, that's a lovely attempt there from the number 7, the captain.
Yes.
Han Sing Yuan, and was just talking about how during school days, of course, it was so easy if you had to, as friends, Coach Ong, you had to just pull in and buy yourself a sepak ball. It was much cheaper.
Yes, we're also definitely seeing more of those established basketball academies coming up, where you can actually enroll your kids below the age of even 8 or under 10 for them to learn the basic fundamentals of the sport. Which is quite essential because when they are young, the motor skills are different and they are able to pick up simple things like how to properly shoot a ball or do a layup with the correct footwork. And it definitely helps them if they are actually thinking of putting more time and effort into the game. What you see on this court are players who have definitely invested a fair amount of time into practice and all to be able to perform at this stage. Right
So
here.
we just saw a drive earlier from Martin Lim, of course, failed to convert right at the end, but just to reflect back on what Coach Ong's been telling us about it. So we have a basketball court that's right next to my block as well, Coach Ong, and you're familiar with that in the East Coast. And, you do see a lot of, enthusiasts coming down to play, but there's a different kind of intensity in playing it professionally and actually doing it as a leisure activity, isn't there? Your skill sets and your fitness levels have to be so much stronger when you're at this level of the contest.
Definitely. I think a club enables players to grow as they age as well, because you are also learning different skill sets. So we have like on the court right now, Siglap Basketball Club and Singapore Xinghua Sports Club, who used to be known as the Home United basketball team. So there's Vic Nash there with Steele mid-court.
So currently, as it stands, Siglap still very much in the driver's seat. They're on 72 points, while Xinhua on 66. And I do believe that this is really where Xinhua will have to pull every single trick they have in the bag out if they are to make the most of it. So it's all happening right here at the Payoh Sports Hall as Siglap Basketball Club currently sit on 72, Xinhua on 66. Let's very quickly, of course, before we get out of this game, let's give you a quick mention of everyone who makes this possible for us, especially our co-sponsors and partners, Sports Singapore and Tote Board for their partnerships with us in sport, Molten as our official ball, Leaning as our official apparel, Rigora as halftime entertainment prize sponsors, and our other sponsors, Alvin Sports Private Limited, Frameworks Architects, and Alex Go branch of Orange Tea. Having said that, well, Siglap will just missing out on another opportunity, and Ken, well, Tan Chen Shan will do much. Well, that's, I think, the big question. He's been the standout player for the team, but I think there's been a bit too much of reliance on him, Coach Ong.
Yes, another 3-point from Sean Lim. I think the lead is a bit too far with less than a minute and 10 seconds to go.
Shinhua will have to create some magic in this 1
Yes.
minute. And that's not really going their way. They missed out.
Xing
On a
Yuan
couple
with
of them.
another 3-pointer.
But the captain says, you got to do it this way. And that's exactly what really counts for his team.
Yes,
So
we have a substitution coming in. Jun Yuan coming in for Ng Kian Hao. So right down to the last minute right now with a lead of 6 points.
So interesting here as Siglap still keeping the attack alive. Keep in mind the fact that Shinhua, as Coach Ong rightly pointed out, are 6 points adrift. And it can be a bit of a tall order when you've got the seconds counting down that fast. But as is always said in any sport, it's never over till it's over. So Siglap still trying to go for it. Sean Lim here, he's been impressive with his moves. And that's not going to work for, well, Shinhua. Another violation in there. And every foul tends to be, well, worth its weight in gold in points. So Sean Lim, well, if he can convert 2 on the trot, I'd say Siglap Basketball Club, that's Lim Jun Yuan, sorry. If he can convert,
Made
it'll be such a big difference.
one of two, because with the clock stopped right now, you can actually pull a bigger lead away. Second shot, made it.
So he's been very consistent. You did point that out earlier in the third quarter as well. Very consistent with his 3-point shots as well. So I do believe he would have spent a good bit of time in perfecting those. Having said that, here's our man in question back again, Tan Shen Chan. Well, he's done absolutely well, and I do believe he might just finish off as the top scorer in this event.
Yes,
I would
I
feel a
think
tad bit awful for him though, because his team is still 5 points behind.
that's about sealed it for the third and fourth placing game.
And that's pretty much it as it counts down towards the end, and it's Siglap Basketball Club who will claim it.
77, Tsinghua 72.
So let's recap this game very quickly for you as Siglap Basketball Club defeat Shinhua 77-72 to take the second runners-up position. Coach Ong, for your money, Siglap ruled the first, third and the fourth quarter. Shinhua showed great promise coming back in that second quarter. What do you think went wrong for the lads in red in the third and fourth quarter?
I feel Tsinghua fourth quarter defensively is a bit slow, probably fatigue as set in. A bit slow to react to the offensive play as well as the fast break that Siglap is pushing continuously at play. So they're starting to bridge the gap further and further away. And by the time the 3-pointers coming back for Tsinghua is a bit too late, not much time on the clock. So I guess Siglap play a better strategy in the fourth quarter alone.
I think Siglap's defensive play in the fourth quarter was near perfect. They got it right. And
Yes.
I do believe that that's where Shinhua did falter a little bit. So here it is very quickly. Let's wrap this up for you. Siglap Basketball Club 77 as they claim the second runners-up position. Remember, we've got Adroit that will come up later on as they take on the Engtat Hornets for the grand final. But for now, let's run you through a few stats and let's tell you a little bit about what happened in this game. Also, our top scorer with the points individually.
Yes, top scorer for the whole game will be Tan Cheng Shan from Tsinghua with 29 points, followed by Han Xing Yuan, 16 points. They shot about 35% throughout the game, which is way lower than 41% of Siglap. Siglap top scorer would be Lim Jun Yuan with 17 points and Delvin Goh with 16 points. Sports SG.
So currently, as we see it, well, we've got Marcus of Sports SG who is presenting the medals out, and standing right next to him, the man, of course, who keeps those wheels churning for BAS. That is Dr. Kokun Tek, the president of the BAS, a huge fan of the sport himself. And Shinhua, for their performance, for really delighting us and entertaining us with some stellar moves right through this tournament. Here they are picking up the third runners-up position. It's not in our rule books to ever use third and fourth, so second and third runner-up, always a kinder way to go about it. And here we have a Shinua, third runner-up. Would you say, if you were their coach, Coach Ong, would you have been satisfied with the team's performance today?
I guess they did all right. Just at a crucial period, they actually need to ramp up their gear and make sure that the points are kept close so that you can give it a final push. Because by the time the fourth quarter comes around, the starters will be a bit more tired compared to how they started their game. So definitely need a bit of stamina right there in order to last you throughout the 40 minutes.
And it's always said, of course, in a game of basketball, you're just looking at 40 minutes and you've got breaks, you've got, those 10-minute quarters that you're looking at. Well, believe you me, as Coach Ong rightly pointed it out, it is a tiring affair. It's all about the pace, it's all about the stamina, and it does drain you, which is why those breaks are so very important. Let's get straight down to business now, and we go on to our second runners-up, which is Siglap. So Siglap Basketball Club will receive their pickings for the second runners-up finish. And then, of course, we will get into a bit of a break before we can get back with a couple of events. We've got the new unveiling of the new BAS logo that will take place, and that is so important. We've also got the grand finale where we'll find out which is the best club in Singapore this year. That's all coming up for you later, but right now, here is Siglap Basketball Club as they get the rewards or the fruits of their labor.
Right now you see Mr. Matthias Koh in blue congratulating the players, and we have Mr. Marcus Tan, Chief of Sports Development Group, Sports Singapore, handing out the medals to Coach Lee Boon Hian and the rest of the coaching team. And lastly, we have the guy on your right, Dr. Koh Kun Teck, President of Basketball Association of Singapore.
Here it is at second runners-up position, and with the trophy, the captain,
Lim Jun Yuan. Oh, sorry. Delvin Goh for Siglap Basketball Club.
So Delvin's led his team fairly well here today, but it's a Lim, of course, who's holding the trophy right in front. He was a consistent shooter in the third and fourth quarter.
Yes, his points have definitely made a difference, especially in the second half. So we look forward to seeing both of them, Delvin Goh and Lim Junyuan, hopefully in the Singapore Slingers matches upcoming in the next couple of months.
So it's time for us to take a bit of a breather. Let's remind you that this is the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. We'll be back with you in the hot seat real soon. That is, of course, my good man Coach Ong, along with me, Glenn Mascarenas. But do take a breather, get yourself a bit of a beverage, some refreshment, and we'll get to the finale. If you're in and around the area, don't forget to walk right in. We've got a few seats still left right here at the Payoh Sports Hall, and you could share the action with us live. So get back to us, because we'll be restarting the action in just a little bit from now. And in case you want to catch the unveiling of the new logo, then don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Oh, I see some flags up there. Can you wave your flag right here? Is it for the Hornets? Guys, are you waving the flags? Yes? No? Green flag. If you want to wave, then you green flag for what? Ah, that's right. Yeah, that's better. From flag over wave. That's right. Later on, once we Show them your managing stewardship match between Edward and Border. While looking at the team, both the teams doing their warm-up. If you want to see some dunks, some slam dunks, all you need to do is to cheer. P1 dunk or slam dunk, 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 dunk. Now you see whether they will do it just for you. Of course, safety is most important. Before the match to get too intense. It's about 10 minutes away, so you can still need to get yourself some drink, some snacks, or some ice cream. Once again, we have our official vendor right there. Right ready, they are having promotion, 1 for 1 for peanut normal ice cream, as well as a good promo for the stick and puff. Just a reminder to all our fans right here, please do not consume external food and drinks. Only food and drinks from our official vendor. Our food are allowed right here at home. And of course, you can also follow us on our Instagram at Basketball Singapore or Facebook Basketball Association of Singapore. From time to time, we do have lots of events from our tournament coming up, and you can follow us to get the most exciting or most accurate news and then
during the long break, second one, right, come up, change the technique. Later when we come up. So the one you saw, big one. Yeah, the small, yeah.
The National Basketball League Final Four is a championship match between several Aviation Worldwide as well as Anytime Hornets. That's right, tonight's a very special night apart from the championship match. We do have a launch of a new logo for the Basketball Association of Singapore. That will be coming up later. are in black. This is what I understand. And for Anderson World Cup, your fans should be in white. Later we'll do a check. We'll do a sound check for our fans. For those of you who neither are in black or white, later we shout, you just shout. It doesn't matter, right? So control your support for both teams. Right, we are a couple of minutes away from team form-up. So for those of you who still need to get some drinks quickly, hurry up, come down, get from our white rabbit booth before we commence with our team form-up. Gradually coming to the team form-up. Once again, this is the championship match. Before we introduce you the team, let me give a supporter from Untitled Chapter. Again, I remind you, those come from black or everything just that. Okay? Once again, Lisa, remember your friend, Mr. Untitled Warriors! The whole night I want to see Jersey number 11, Lim Yu-Hua-Chen. Jersey number 12, Wu Xingde. Jersey number 30, Zhong Zhenqiang. Jersey number 15,
Himself, and he's here with us for the second matchup. So, Ko Chong, welcome back to the hot seat.
Thank you, Glenn. Happy to be here, and it's a new experience for me. So good to be working alongside with you for this grand finale.
Well, as I said earlier, Ko Chong, you're a natural, so don't worry. Let's get straight down to business with the lads. I'm going to let you introduce the Android starting lineup, and then I'll go with the Engtat Hornets.
Yes. For Android, the starters will be Leon Kwek, jersey number 10. We have Larry Liu, jersey number 11. Wu Qingde, jersey number 12. To Qinghua, number 24. And lastly, Wang Zhonghan, number 30.
So that's interesting as far as the starting lineups go for Android. Let's now get ahead and talk a little bit about the Engtat Hornets. The Engtat Hornets will feature, well, Lim Hong Da Kelvin, or that's Kelvin Lim, who's the captain, jersey number 22. Russell Lowe, number 5. Lo Tek Hao, number 20. Gregory Kaur, number 19. Tae Ting Loon, number 9. Well, these are the first 5 that will take to the court to represent the Engtat Hornets. Let's also very quickly differentiate the teams for you according to their jersey colors.
Yes, we have Android in white, scoring the right direction of your screen that you're looking at, and Engtat Hornets in yellow, scoring on the left side of the basket.
We would always expect Hornets to be yellow.
Yes, that's their traditional color.
Unless, of course, it was the good old Bruce Lee film, and then you don't have a yellow, but you've got a green hornet.
Yes, we're able to differentiate them quite clearly right here. And right now we have the official tip-off by Dr. Ko Kun Teck, the president of the Basketball Association of Singapore. And And also let me introduce you the referee team for this game. We have number 20, the crew chief, Leong Chun Wing. Number 22, Alan Chong, who is the First Empire. And Yao Siu Siu, number 33. You will see the respecting numbers on the back of their jersey top. And for the first time, we have a woman referee in the NBL finals. So a big shout out to Yao Siu Siu on your far left on the screen right there.
Well, easily just identified, of course, and just as Coach Ong pointed out, it's interesting, of course, to have, well, a referee skill is always a referee skill, and the ability to spot, especially violations and fouls. We'll talk about that at length to Coach Ong, who's also a certified referee. And when he's not on the court keeping law and order, he's pretty much on the mic with me. So
yes, it's a wonderful opportunity to be here.
So the Hornets looking to provide a bit of sting as they start off with their first event itself. Now year goal, well, adroit.
Yes, we get Kelvin Lim with the first basket of the match. So off to a good start for the Hornets. And wanted to point out, most of the players that you see on court are nationals or ex-national players. So there's a wealth of experience on court, and the intensity is fast and furious.
And that's what we're going to see right here. We knew it was going to be a tough battle. There's a lot at stake here. It's for the best club in Division 1. We did promise you this earlier. It was going to be the cream of the crop, the top of the heap. And that's exactly what it is. Who will finish as king of the hill? Let's find out at the end of the fourth quarter. We're still just into the first quarter itself. Good movement here from the Hornets. They've been trying to set the pace of the game. They did have, of course, the first basket and the second as well.
Yes, Kelvin Lim with the first two baskets of the match. With Ingtap Hornets leading 4-0.
And that was needed. Absolutely needed there. So a good move coming in here for Adroit. And it was Leon Kwek who did aid Wu Ching Day. So Wu Ching Day with the first bit of redemption for Adroit. The Hornets looking to, well, cement their positions though.
And the crew chief, Leong Chun Wing, with the first foul of the night. And with that puts Kelvin Lim on the line for 2 free throws.
So that's an interesting equation now. This young lad, of course, has been fairly decent with his efforts, and left to be seen whether he can actually come up with the goods here again.
Oh, he missed the first one.
It's Kelvin Lim captaining the side. Does well. Well, captains are so needed to actually bring their best game to the court, and that's how you really, inspire the players. And I do love it when, there's a bit of a goal, there's a bit of a basket drought, and then captains can actually turn on the heat there to lead their players into, well, better stead. Oh, beautifully done.
Yes, with a 3-point by Leon Kwek.
Adroit so needed that, had himself in a very comfortable position, took his time with it.
Couple of fast break here by Android, we see. Leon Kwek with another shot in the paint.
So Leon Kwek's been fairly, very strong.
Yes, I think Leon Kwek has been one of the more established scorers, both for Adroit and on the national team. He is also a player on the Singapore Slingers as well for the past few seasons.
Well, it is all about body language when you talk about it.
Oh, that's a mega block, but it's a foul called by the referee. Foul is on Tae Ting Loon.
Well, we knew it was going to get intense, didn't we say that earlier? And coaching one is, has stepped up.
Yes, he'll be on the line now for 2 free throws.
Well, he gets the first one in.
Yeah.
So Droid now trying to cement, well, that lead strongly.
Managed to convert both, so they are up 9-5 with
And
a
that's-
4-point lead.
That's exactly what you were talking about, Coach Ong. Players, especially when they do represent the national squad, or some of the players, well, who do have a lot more experience playing the sport itself, do spend a lot of time in actually perfecting their free throws, because that should come to you actually naturally. It's like a part of your DNA as a ball player.
Yes, that's right. Because free throws, there's no opponent guarding you. So basically, it's 3 points on the board if you can manage to convert them. And we have seen fair number of games locally and on the world stage where games are decided by the free throws.
And isn't that one of the first things that actually, youngsters or players actually learn in terms of, netting a basket? It's really about the free throws. That's what they learn first after they learn to dribble.
Yes, with a crowd like this, and if you are on the line for two, you definitely need ice in your veins to be able to convert them. Offensive rebound again by To Ching Huang, and Leon Kwek with a mystery. Defensive rebound by Russell.
It's pulled away smartly by Russell Lowe and the lads. Chance here for the Hornets to get back into the thick of things. Quick pass from Gregory Kaur. Here's Russell back again.
Yes, and the players have been fairly familiar with themselves because this core group both play on the national team and the Slingers team, so they know themselves inside out, their strengths and weaknesses. And
it is, Russell Lowe who will take the throw.
yes, he will be on the line for 2.
Just a tad bit of a bounce there, but it will find its way through. So 6 points, now 3 points adrift from Adroit are the Engtat Hornets.
Yes, it's still early stage in the first quarter with a 4 minutes played. So Android with a 2-point lead. Score is 9-7.
So Russell Lowe doing well there to net both. But it's so important, even at this stage. Oh, beautiful, absolutely beautiful 3-pointer there.
Yes, 3-point by Wu Qingde, who is one of the very unrecognized player of the game. Both I've seen him on the national stage as well as for Android. He's one of the most hardworking players.
That's end-to-end, isn't it? Just as we were talking about it, here comes Loh Tek Hao with a piece of the pie as well. It's 12-10. Almost had it together. Well, I did see the Adroit lads earlier practicing and warming up. And Coach Ong, one of the things that they were really aiming for was a slam dunk every time. I mean, it's such a acrobatic move, isn't it? Such a flamboyant move.
Yes, we don't really see that often locally, but yes, there's a couple of players on the court that is dunking to them isn't an issue. They have the height and they have the jumping ability to make that count. But to see them in-game dunk is definitely not common, and we hope to maybe see a couple of them on the fast break for the remainder of this game. We're still early, about 5 minutes played. Wu Qingde picking himself up from the ground. I think there was some contact prior to him on the fast break, but still Android ball.
So Droid will get possession here, but let's not forget there's always an opportunity, well, with a throw in to net something, and that's exactly what he does.
Yes, Leon Kwek with a quick one bounce and shot. There's a 2-point on the board.
Well, you often see most teams and certainly a lot of athletes really look for those 3-pointers, but so far in this event between Engtat and Adroit, it's been absolutely smooth.
Yes,
A bit of damage control being done here as well, and it's Kelvin Lim.
yeah, with an offensive rebound from the miss.
So 14-12.
Yes, that's what you see Qingde doing night in and night out, scrambling for all the loose ball and those hustles in the paint. So we do have quite a number of good paint players right here. We have Russell, Calvin for Inktat Hornets, and we have Qingde for Android.
Well, they're just making it look so very easy, and what an absolutely marvelous effort coming there from Wong Song Han.
Yes, that's a three-pointer that forced the coach for Inktat to call a timeout.
Well, Android haven't really missed too much, and I think Coach Ong, when you pull out the stats after the first quarter, it's going to tell us a bit of a story. Their accuracy has been fairly strong for the lads in white. So I do believe the Hornets did miss out on a few really good opportunities, and that could be the differentiating factor in that first quarter. Now, having said that, let's not forget it's still early days to call it.
Yes.
But it is so important for the teams to actually stay abreast of what the other is doing in terms of the points, because if they let the opponents get away a bit too far, it becomes a bit of a task going into the next few quarters.
Yes, you definitely have to rein them in if the gap is too big. Right now, we see Coach Pang Chin Hong of the Inktat Hornets calling a timeout to maybe let's settle down on the defense and get the guys focused and try to get one stop at a time, so that to prevent Android from pulling away the lead again, which they are leading now by 7 points.
And 7 points is a fairly strong lead, if you ask me. So I do believe that the Hornets will have to pull themselves together, step up the game a little bit, work a little bit more on that accuracy.
Yep.
Probably they missed out on a few extremely close efforts. So Android 19, Inktat Hornets 12. We resume after that timeout. And Coach Ong, it's over to you to take this Hornets home.
Yes, Hornets with the possession. Desmond O, who is the main playmaker right here.
So Russell Lowe has been strong in his efforts, but I think he's been guarded fairly well.
Ting Lun, almost a goal-10 situation right there, but it seems that he didn't touch the ball, and the ball have left the rim, the circumference of the rim, so it does not constitutes to a goaltending violation.
Absolutely. Now here's the beautiful part about it, and these lads, they've been enjoying their game.
Yes, it's definitely very fast-paced right here, and the crowd are loving it. And
this is one of the reasons that Coach Ong kept insisting right through the first part that if you were around the area to just drop in. There's so much of excitement here with this, and we're just barely into the first quarter itself. Still a bit of over 2.5 minutes left in this quarter, and we are currently at 19-14 with Android in the lead.
Oh, another
beautifully
spin
done.
move and a jump shot by Leon Kwek.
Absolutely marvelous work here from Android. Now they've got a 7-point cushion.
Yes, right now we get to see some of the bench players in action. So we'll see how they can keep up with the pace of their respective teams.
And I think this has been a bit of a problem, right? If Kelvin Lim too missing out on his effort. They missed out on a few good shots here. And at the other end, Android, well, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
They've been near perfect with their ability to net every time.
Yes, both teams seems to be playing man-on-man defense, and they have their individual matchup. Just that Android seems to be getting more points in the paint as compared to Hornets, which are doing more of a outside shooting right now. Oh, that's from downtown, and he make the basket with a foul. So there's a chance of a rare 4-point play.
So extra points in the bag, that'll always help.
Yes.
Now the question that would be on everyone's mind is, can they make this count? And it's Marjun Hao, who's stepped up to do the needful after he was fouled.
Yes, 4-point plays are definitely rare, and it definitely gets the crowd going as well. Converted. So we have Android 23 and Inktat Hornets 18. a 5-point lead right now, with about 1 minute 24 seconds left in the first quarter. Larry Liu with the row-in.
It's just been near perfect from Adroit, hasn't it been, Coach Ong?
Yes, their conversion rate seems to be a bit higher than Eng Tat Hornets.
And it's really about the fact that on that particular day of play, which team can bring their best game to the court.
Yes, it's all about minimizing your turnovers and really focus on your strategies and the implementation of whatever the coach has given to the players. It's all about execution.
Absolutely.
On game days and games like this where you are at the final stage.
Just being kept at bay, Russell Lowe, but will get a tad bit of a helping hand. Now the official, calls that. How important is it? I was always thinking about this, being an official referee for you as well, Coach Ong. Having 3 referees in place on a smaller area, which is a basketball court as compared to, a football field. How important is it to have, 3 officials in there?
Yes, we mentioned earlier in the third and fourth placing game, for all games in this NBL tournament, the tournament committee has emphasized and engaged on a 3-man officiating. So it's all 3 PO for all games in this tournament, as well as for the just started women's NBL. So a 3-person officiating definitely has its advantages, and they are able to look at plays from one more angle compared to a two-man officiating.
Absolutely. It's almost like having an extra camera in place, isn't it?
Yes,
So
that's right.
Here we have, Russell Lowe back again.
You missed the first shot. You get another one. We have 41 seconds left in the first quarter. Converted the second, and the lead is cut down to 6.
I think most of the points of goals for Adroit really coming from their 3-pointers more than anything else, and that's the reason why they did build up a very healthy lead.
Some sharp shooting previously, and we still get the possession with Android on the baseline inbound with a shot clock 11. You get to see the screen on the just right below the basket. That's where the shot clock is. Sometimes they might mount it at the top of the ring. So in this case, it's at both ends of the court. Oh, another turnover right here from Eng Tat Hornets.
And it's one thing that, of course, most of us do tend to take for granted, how important is that shot clock, which a lot of us don't really realize. And sometimes you lose track of it. So one thing is for certain, Adroit will be happy with every opportunity cast their way.
Oh, Ma Jun Hao, Eng Tat Hornets with the foul on Larry, who is going on the line for 2. I think he has his foot on the line. So there's 2 shots, free throw.
So Larry here to stretch that lead that they built up. Well, can he net 2 consecutively?
Yeah, so
well, that's 1 down, 1 to go.
Right, with 2.6 seconds left on the clock, I wouldn't say that is a good foul because you can just contest the shot.
So that's 27, and I think that's a very healthy lead that Adroit have pulled ahead of the Hornets.
That's right. Here we are at ending the first quarter, 27 Android to Eng Tat Hornets 19.
So that lead of 8 points, Coach Ong, how important is it now for Adroit? Because if they come back and they extend the kind of form that they've shown in the first quarter, I think Eng Tat Hornets have really got a challenge on hand.
Yes, it seems like the individual matchup are more suited to Android, which has a slightly faster pace of play, and their conversion is a bit higher compared to Eng Tat Hornets. But that said, it's still early in the tournament. It's still early in the match, so Android should be looking to further increase their lead going into halftime. So we get to see what second quarter brings us.
So currently as it stands, so we'll be back with you in just about a little over 60 seconds as this grand final continues between Engtat Hornets and Adroit right here at the Payoh Sports Hall. It's Coach Ong with me, Glenn Mascarenas, here with you right till the end of this matchup. So into the second quarter here as Adroit and Engtat Hornets resume this final matchup. It's been an interesting first quarter as Adroit, of course, did take a very, very firm lead going into that mini break. We will, of course, have the big break after this quarter, but currently it's all left to Engtat Hornets to step back into this game. Coach Ong, of course, with me, Glenn Mascarenas here. We're coming at you live from the Payoh Sports Hall. And a quick shout out also, of course, to our man who's been manning the systems and actually bringing this event to your screens, and that's Leonardo. Not to be confused with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but he is but an experienced floor baller and, of course, a man who does, well, bring every little bit of technical skill to bring this event to you.
Yes, we get some stats from the first quarter where Adroit is shooting about 55% and Engtat Hornets only shooting 30%. Off the bench points, Engtat, they have 6, whereas compared to Adroit, they have 0. Fast break points, Adroit have the lead at 10-2. So
Kelvin Lim just, well, pulling in another 2 points, and that was so needed here. So he's actually trying to lead his team by example. He's done that well a couple of times over.
Yep, Kelvin Lim with 7 points in the first quarter, and leading scorer for Adroit will be Leon Kwek with 9 points, followed by Wu Qingde 7 points.
So possession will be handed to the Hornets here, and left to be seen whether they can take advantage of this play.
Yeah, we have Wu Qingde guarding Russell Lowe on the low post with a help defense by Leon. Seems to have forced the missed shot. Leon Kwek there with a baseline jumper.
And this is really a bit of a concern here, because every time Adroit have been able to, well, keep a lead, I think the Hornets have got to change direction or change plan.
Yes, excellent defense there by Larry with the block on Ting Lun.
So Ting Lun kept at bay. And it's moments like these that really count, because you want to try and salvage
yes, you see
everything you can.
You see Qingde there with the switch defense, and that made Desmond all have to cover for Russell Lowe, and easily the size advantage is there for the taking.
So just a few gaps in there in the Engtat Hornets defense, and I think Adroit have been able to close in on them every time.
Yes, it's just a simple switch of defense right there. So Engtat have to definitely look for other alternatives, because once they switch their big man off, you will get a mismatch, which is proving to be an easy point scoring opportunity for Adroit.
So just as we cruise, of course, through this action, here we have, well, another opportunity for the Hornets. It's Russell Lowe who stepped up. Ten points adrift now are the Hornets. Now let's make that 9.
Made the first free throw from Russell Lowe, with the second one coming up right now.
Absolutely marvelous shot there from Russell Lowe. So you needed that, I think, and this is what the Hornets need. They need to actually be very, very mindful of being able to take every opportunity they can get by the horn. So 31-23 as it stands, and Adroit will have a plan in mind of their own.
Yes, with an 8-point lead right now for Adroit. Here we see the switch again. That puts Calvin Lim on Larry. Oh, another offensive rebound.
So this time it was Zhao Zhen Chang. Well, just narrowly missed out. And we were just talking about the referees. You don't see too many women's referees in basketball, unless it's, of course, a women's game.
Yes, actually we do quite a number, but compared to the male gender, which is the male referees, there's definitely a big gap. Right here we have on your screen here, you see number 33, Yao Xiu Xiu, who is the first female referee to ever referee a NBL finals match.
And that is interesting, isn't it? Because, well, I think in terms of refereeing skill, regardless of gender, it all boils down to the same thing. It's about experience and your eye to be able to spot, all those violations and fouls.
Yes, that's right. I guess a referee is only as good as your last game. So all three here are FIBA qualified referees. So they are of a certain standard, and we definitely have trust in them to maintain the rules and regulation of the match.
I've spotted a few good hustles here from the Hornets, but it's been Adroit, of course, who actually ruled the roost with that. They've been a bit stronger.
Yes, that's right. Sometimes if like viewers who are actually playing a game, you don't get a foul call from the referee. They have a certain guidelines on how they actually manage to call a foul. And with the development of the 3x3 coming up, another discipline of the sport, it's a bit different to how referees govern the game, because 3x3, the allowance for contact is much, much higher than, for example, a 5-on-5 games like this. And there's definitely, and the rules and shot clock are also different. So there isn't a stop to any 3x3 game, and they are playing on a 12-second shot clock compared to what we are doing here of 24 seconds and offensive rebound 14 seconds shot clock. So there's a whole lot of difference.
And that, of course, the reason why you have all those differences, just to make for a more exciting contest. And
there's an excellent fake by Ma Jun Hao.
And he's definitely won himself an opportunity too.
Yes, that forced the foul from Adroit. Else he will be going up for an easy 2.
So just as Ma Jun Hao gets ready and, well, manages to dunk that in very nicely, will attempt the second one to draw closer towards that score that Adroit have posted on the board. Remember, we are into the second quarter. The Hornets are 6 points behind Adroit. Let's also very quickly remind you, Coach Ong did throw out an invitation earlier to everyone to come and join the party here. But let's tell you that we've got a very, very good attendance here today, in excess of 1,000, and it's still filling up. And it's been a really exciting crowd. They've been very, very interactive. It's been a good amount of cheer, and it's something that not only drives, well, our athletes on court, but also us, because that's where you draw the energy from. It's you, the audience, that comes in to watch the game or that supports us.
Yes, that's right. There's a 3-point from Payoh.
Keep that perfection, keep that perfection. That's exactly what these lads would say. So absolutely magical work being done here by Adroit as they've stretched that lead now to 34 points back again. I think the Hornets really being made to work for every bit that they can. 2 points in the bag there, and this time around it's Ma Chun Hao who does the needful.
Yes, we see Adroit without a primary defender on the pin with Wu Qingde on the bench, and there's no one to stop Eng Tat from scoring in the pin. You don't have a main defender of the basket, so you need someone to protect the rim. Quick foul here by Myron Lim to stop the fast break going.
Well, we can't really give you a view of the crowd right now, but I do guess in the break we are going to try and pan that camera for you a little bit just to show you around. It's practically a very, very good attendance, and we love it, absolutely love it.
Yes, that's right. Just when I mentioned Wu Qingde is back in the game to play man defense on Russell Lowe, just to stop the gap in the paint.
And I think Russell Lowe, of course, tends to be the danger man, doesn't he, for Adroit? And they've had him guarded fairly well.
Yes, Eng Tat has been doing well with Russell Lowe in the pins and consistently top point scorer, one of the top point scorer on the team. He can shoot. This is a turnaround fadeaway jump shot.
So he does actually pose the most danger for Adroit, doesn't he?
Yeah, his presence in the paint is more than enough to put 2 men on him. And once you do that, you will definitely get a man out empty, either on the wings or on the 45-degree angle for a quick 3-point shot.
He's an unassuming lad, isn't he? Very laid back in his demeanor.
Yes, definitely. And it's been both on the national team and the Singapore Slingers team. Not too sure if you'll be in the upcoming program, but definitely a proven point scorer and an established paint player for both Eng Tat Hornets and the Singapore national team.
So another foul here and another opportunity for the Hornets. Well, keep in mind the fact that prevention is better than cure, and I think both teams have been working very hard at trying to block every little bit that they can.
Yes, we have Ting Loon coming in for Loh Teck Hao. He's taking a quick break. Possession still with Eng Tat Hornets right now. Shot clock, 5 seconds.
So the Hornets will have possession once again, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can take advantage of the situation here.
Oh, good fake by Desmond O, but did not manage to convert the jump shot.
And Coach Ong, correct me if I'm wrong, this has really been the separating factor, isn't it? It's almost been near perfect from the lads in white as far as their shooting is concerned, but the Hornets have had a few worries.
Yes, you definitely have to minimize your turnovers, and turnover like this for Zhong Han traveling in the paint, that would actually make a dent in the momentum if you are trying to crawl, stretch the lead bigger. Going into halftime, we have about 3 minutes left in the second quarter.
Another attempt jump shot there that's not going to find its way through. Desmond O with the attempt, and it's going to be a counter here from Adroit.
Yes, there you see the switch and then switch defense. So that put Russell back on Larry, and Qingde is able to make use of his mismatch to use his strength and size to get into the pin. We still have Adroit with the ball, inbound pass on the baseline. Shot clock, 5 seconds. The referee, Alan Chong, is correcting the shot clock. 3 seconds. That should be put back onto the shot clock.
Keep in mind the fact that we're just under 3 minutes here left in this second quarter. The lads in white still very much in a comfortable position. They've been in fourth gear for most part of this matchup.
Okay, right now we have some technical difficulties. Referee Alan Chong is still trying to sort out the shot clock.
And I
because
think
it
we
is very
just about
essential.
managed to do that.
Yeah, 3 seconds, more than enough for a quick catch and shoot. And Adroit have decided to call a timeout to set up a baseline play. And for viewers who are not familiar with the rules of the game, each team will be entitled to 2 timeouts in the first half, which shall not be able to carry on to the second half. For the second half, each team should have 3 timeouts. They can either use all 3 in the third quarter, or you can even use all 3 in the fourth quarter. But if you are down to the last 2 minutes of the game and you have not used one will be forfeited, which means you will be left with 2 timeouts for the remainder 2 minutes of the match.
So you heard it there. Those are pretty much the rules as far as we are concerned. And let's not forget that while the base rules, of course, do remain pretty much the same in any event of basketball, you do have a few tweaks that are added in for certain localized contests and competitions. And that is so needed to make the contest even more exciting. Now, Coach Ong, let's very quickly look at this part of the game while we talk about what is it that the Hornets really need to do now to get back into the thick of things, because they need to keep pace with Adroit. Anything is possible, I do understand, with still 2 quarters left to go. But what should be on the minds of the Yellow squad?
I think the main point right now, which I see Adroit employing, will be to switch the defense on Russell Lowe and then get the size on the other defender. We should be able to see that in the next couple of plays with about 2 minutes plus left in this quarter. Because if their defense is able to switch, they will still go back to their original matchup, which both the coaches, I feel, is the best for their team. Oh, Russell Lowe with a miss right there. He should have converted that. And another turnover by Adroit. So you see, like what we mentioned earlier just now, all these turnovers are actually affecting the momentum as well as your scoring. If you turn over and the other team manage to get a possession and score, points off turnover is actually a stats on the official FIBA live stats that you are able to see. You can actually go to the BS website and scroll down to the column. You get to see the last match, which is the last match for this tournament. You get to see the live stats where it's even blending with the YouTube streaming right here, and you get to see the minutes play right down to how many free throws each player is taking. So we also will be reporting that live as long as end of the quarter we get that stats ongoing on our desk.
And there's a reason for it, and as to why Coach Ong, of course, will tell you that there's a lot of groundwork that actually goes into pulling those stats together, and we get them fed to us after every quarter as well. So if you are keen on it, just as we are, well, do go to the BAS website, and you can follow the details entirely. So don't miss out on that opportunity. If not, well, you can just catch the stream on YouTube, where you can hear us two lads, well, babbling away right till the end, because we've been enjoying the action of this game. And while we talk about all that, a chance for the Hornets to get back in, and the captain has stepped up. Here's Kelvin Lim.
Yes, To Ching Hwan with the foul on Kelvin Lim, it puts him on the line for 2 free throws. Missed the first one.
I do believe the Hornets have really got to pull up their socks for this one, Coach Ong, without taking any credit away from them. They need to get those baskets coming in, especially when you've got a golden opportunity like that.
Yes, you're less than 2 minutes, and with a gap of about 6 points, you definitely need to close the gap before they go into the halftime break. So here you see Adroit managed to find an empty shooter, but Wu Qingde didn't manage to convert and still get back the offensive rebound, following a foul by number 32, Neo Yuan Ming, who just entered the game.
So Wu Qingde will take the free throw.
Yes.
And a chance to, well, just extend that lead even further.
Yep, 2 shots coming up for him on the line.
He's been impressive in the first quarter and the second as well.
Yes. He's a very hard-working player. It's like the Draymond Green for this Adroit team.
Absolutely. So it's
converted both of his free throws. The lead now
8 points.
8 points.
So 36-28, the Hornets, well, will have to do everything they can. Remember, it's just a little over a minute left in this quarter. Dependence here on Russell Lowe. He's missed out on a few opportunities.
Yes,
I think Android have done well to not only guard him but to block most of his efforts.
yes. There you see Android with 3 players actually guarding Russell. Traveling call right there. So Yingtak Hornets will get back the possession with 1 minute and 4 seconds left.
So Wong Ton Hang was just hoping to get another free throw opportunity, but that wasn't really counted in.
Oh, it
We do
seems
have a player
like
down.
Larry might be down with an injury, which we didn't manage to pick it up earlier. Seems like his ankle, his right ankle is hurting.
We often talk about injuries, and I was just reflecting back on that a while back with you, Coach Ong, and I said one of the reasons that I don't play the sport anymore is because of a knee injury. And the knee and the ankle, how important is that? You know, most injuries are centered around that, especially when you have that change of direction that happens, quick change of direction in basketball. And how important is it for players actually to be mindful of that? Because slight slip up and you could actually put yourself out of the game for quite some time.
Yes, that's right. This sport is very tough on the knees and ankles with the speed and change of direction, which require you to be a very good player in terms of handling the ball. Even if you are maybe playing in a position of a center, you still need a very good box-out position for you to establish yourself and get the rebounds. So overall, it's quite taxing on the whole body itself. So players definitely have to take care of their bodies. I seen some of the players actually icing it immediately after the game. So I don't think Adroit can afford to lose Larry so early in this game. And
Well, he's an important cog in that team. And while we, of course, talk about those foot injuries, a question that's been on my mind for some time, and I was talking about how I was a big fan of, you know, the former Dream Team in the US a long time back. And
it'll be 1992.
absolutely,
Correct.
absolutely.
USA, Team USA.
And there was such a reliance at that point of time on shoes that had anklers. You remember the anklers,
Yes,
the good old
I
anklers?
have a pair of Air Jordans in today.
Well, absolutely, what a player he was, isn't? But there's less of a reliance on anklers today than there was in the 90s. Why is that so?
I guess society changes. So yeah, you see a lot of
You're saying it's just the style, Coach Ong.
yeah, you see more of the younger players now with very nice shoes on the court. Even you see the NSG National School Games. But in order to, this is one of the most affordable sports. You can just simply grab even school shoes or any other shoes and a ball. You can head out to your neighborhood court to play the game. And it's not a high-cost sport unless you are going to invest yourself, like parents sending their kids to basketball academies. We have a few more springing up in the last couple of
Beautifully
years.
done. That is an absolutely marvelous effort.
By
coming
Desmond
in.
O. Yes, there's a quick fast break layup.
So Desmond O well delighting the audience here. It's 36-30 now.
Yes, Desmond O is a long-time captain for both national team and the Singapore Slingers. So there we have it, the end of the second quarter.
So Adroit 36, NSAT Hornets 30 as the action continues here at the Payoh Sports Hall. This is, of course, the finals of the PAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. It's what we've been waiting for. 2 years in waiting after a break due to the pandemic. Very quickly before we get into that long break, I'm going to run it by Coach Ong. A quick recap of what went right and what went wrong for both teams in that second quarter.
For Adroit, they definitely have to cut down their turnovers. If they manage to do that, the lead they will be able to stretch the lead to a bigger lead and more comfortable for the rest of the second half. For Yingtak Hornets, I suppose their individual man-on-man defense, they have to switch more effectively for it to match up, even if there's a switch coming from Adroit. Because that's what I see is Adroit coach is actually exploring that weaknesses in the man-on-man defense. So other than that, Adroit, Yingtak Hornets free throws has been very consistent.
So there you heard it from Coach Ong. We will be talking more basketball to him later on. But for now, let's get down to taking a break. We'll get a bit of a breather, get yourself some refreshment or a beverage, and we'll join you again. But before we sign off, of course, we've got a quick look at the stats before we can wind up this period and get back to the third quarter later.
Yes, both of them has been actually shooting quite low. Adroit shooting 31% and Ingtat Hornets shooting 28%. Bench points, Ingtat Hornets has been doing very well, 12 to 3. But fast break points is the other direction. Adroit with 12 and Ingtat Hornets with 2. For turnovers, like as we expected, Adroit have 7 and Ingtat Hornets had only 1. Top point scorer for Ingtat, we have Ma Jun Hao with 10 and Kelvin Lim with 10 as well. So for Adroit, we have Leon Kwek with 11 and Wu Qing Te with 11.
So there you have the stats. We will come back, of course, and that might change at the end of the third quarter. But for now, time for a break. We'll join you again real soon. It is my good man, Coach Ong, along with me, Glenn Mascarenhas, and we're bringing you this action live from the Payoh Sports Hall. So if you go anywhere, don't forget to come back in exactly approximately 10 minutes from now.
Top 5 reasons why your child should join this club.
Number. Develop your children's self-esteem.
Confident children strive to achieve their goal to become successful.
Number 4. Do well in school.
Increase oral results and the ability to seek help from classmates and teachers.
Number
3. Be happier.
Forging new relationships and voicing feelings.
Is the key to happiness. Number 2. Make more money.
Ace direct school admission, job interviews, and top the corporate ladder.
Number 1.
Be an exceptional leader.
Being able to speak like a champion makes your child a champion too.
Visit us at any of our 8 branches all across Singapore and Malaysia.
Develop your child confidence, leadership skill, and success by joining us for today!
Top 5 reasons why your child should join this club.
Number 5. Develop your children's self-esteem.
Confident children strive to achieve their goal to become successful.
Number 4. Do well in school.
Increase oral results and the ability to seek help from classmates and teachers.
Number 3. Be happier.
Forging new relationships and voicing feelings.
Is the key to happiness. Number 2. Make more money.
Ace direct school admission, job interviews, and top the corporate ladder.
Number 1.
Be an exceptional leader.
Being able to speak like a champion makes your child a champion too.
Visit us at any of our 8 branches all across Singapore and Malaysia.
Develop your child confidence, leadership skill, and success by joining us for today!
came for.
Top 5 reasons why your child should join this club.
Develop your children's self-esteem.
Confident children strive to achieve their goal to become successful.
Number 4. Do well in school.
Increase oral results and the ability to seek help from classmates and teachers.
Number 3. Be happier.
Forging new relationships and voicing feelings
Is the key to happiness. Number 2. Make more money.
Ace direct school admission, job interviews, and top the corporate ladder.
Number 1.
Be an exceptional leader.
Being able to speak like a champion makes your child a champion too.
Visit us at any of our 8 branches all across Singapore and Malaysia.
Develop your child confidence, leadership skill, and success by joining us for today!
broadcast on the YouTube channel as well. Basketball Association of Singapore, our very own YouTube channel. What's up, here on the Untitled Championship, the second half. Are we all ready? We are the Android fans! Ready, fans? Go Hornets! Right, you know what's here. This is the second half of the championship match between Android and Hornets.
So let's bring you back to the action right here at the Payoh Sports Hall, where Adroit and Untitled Hornets resume their battle. This is the third quarter, 36-30. Adroit lead by 6 points. My name is Glenn Mascarenas. With me, it's Coach Ong to take you through the third quarter and, of course, the fourth and final quarter, which will follow. But for now, let's very quickly also remind you that this is the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. We've got a couple of shout-outs going to our sponsors later on, and we did have an injury very earlier on for one of our players.
Larry?
So it's very, very important to see that we do have every single player on the court. So
Yes.
Larry seems to be a lot better.
Yes, it seems that the ankle isn't affecting him much so far. We shall see how it goes in this third quarter. He is on your screen right here, bottom, jersey number 11 in white, who will have the task of marking Untitled Hornets number 20, Loh Teck Hao.
So into the thick of things here, the Hornets are looking to, get back, what they had earlier, and that was a good bit of a rhythm. Here's Russell Lowe attempting to do his best.
Foul in, basket count, followed by another free throw. Right here you see you need at least 2 Adroit players to actually stop Russell Lowe, who is formidable in the paint. You definitely have to stop him with at least 2 men.
There's a good bit of reliance on Russell Lowe. Of course, he does have the physical makeup for it. A true basketball player, there's no doubt about it. Don't be fooled by his laid-back demeanor. The man can be lethal, and that's something that most of the opposition do understand.
Yes.
So free throw and a chance here to, catch up.
Converted that free throw, so they are down by only 3 points.
Absolutely, just as Coach Ong put it, 3 points shy of the opponents. We've had a swap in sides. Don't forget that's customary after the second quarter. And that, of course, does bring a change as well for the players.
Yes, right out from the halftime, you see Untitled Hornets pushing the ball much faster, working on their fast break. And
they're going to try and force in as many fouls as they can as well.
yes, that's right. We'll get to see how good Adroit transitional defense is.
So possession there from the baseline.
Yes, Wu Qingde is still having the task of guarding Russell Lowe. Turn
Done a
around.
fairly good job of it, I should say.
It's a miss fade around jump shot by Russell. Good defense there by Wu Qingde.
And while, of course, we do get on with the action of this matchup, let's also very quickly have a few shout-outs to our lads who've been manning, all the technical bits for us and bringing you this entire event to your screens. The man who's been also manning our sound and taking care of us, Leandro, and my apologies, did equate him earlier to a very famous Italian painter, but Leandro's been with us right through. Also manning Well, the lenses for us today are the cameras. We've got Isan and we've got Danish. Danish, who of course does play for the under-19 team. Did see him in action a while back in a friendly, and they of course performed extremely well at the international level, so more power to our flowballer lads. Isan of course does play for clubs, Danish in the Singapore under-19 flowball team. Leandro himself of course does play a bit of flowball, and that's of course his escapist route from a very rugged and busy life.
Yes, so the referees on court, we have the one with the ball, Empire 1, Alan Chong. Number 22, Crew Chief Leong Chun Wing. Number 20, and at the bottom of your screen, Yao Siu Siu. Number 33 at the back of their shirts.
So another conversion there, and I think he's done fairly well to run that in. It's To Ching Huan. So 37-33 is where Adroit currently stand. And Coach Ong, of course, you're a certified official referee. So a lot of the referees who are on court, you do know them at a personal level. You've been a part of that same arena. How busy can referees get? And what sort of dedication is required as a referee? Well, a bit unfortunate here for the Hornets.
Yeah, with the backcourt right there from Old Teck Hao.
Tell us a little bit about what kind of dedication is required as a referee, and what is the payback? Is it just the passion of the sport, or do you really have to keep yourself locked in at certain periods and times when the season is on?
I guess with games of this magnitude, you definitely get the top of the top and the best of the best, where you see this tree right here on the court. But as a profession, we don't have a full-time referee yet on any payrolls or on the Basketball Association of Singapore. But most are on a freelance basis, I would say. And you definitely need a fair amount of dedication and flexibility in your work schedule in order to come out for the games. And some games do happen, some leagues do being played on weekday nights and some on weekends. For example, the regular season of this NBL tournament has been playing on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and only on this grand finale we are on a Sunday night. So you definitely need a sharp eye. You need to focus, and you need to stay focused on throughout 40 minutes of the game. I always tell myself that the referee is only as good as your last game, so it forces you to be on your toes all the time. But I will also agree that referees are human as well. They will definitely make mistakes. Just that, in my opinion, you need to be consistent and you need to be sharp. You need to be consistent so that it's fair for both teams, and definitely take a fair level of dedication for what we see the referees in the game, especially the local referees.
Absolutely, well said there, Coach Ong, and we did have a conversion from Wong Zon Han with the free throw, and here's a return payback here as Russell Lowe and the lads get very close. It's now 38-35. Talking about that conversation we were having about referees, and very quickly, just to run you by this, Coach Ong, I'm an old schooler, and I do believe, beautifully done.
Corner three.
Absolutely beautifully done.
From Lee Yong Kwek, and it was tightly contested by Russell Lowe.
So 41-35, and I think Adroit are just keeping themselves noses ahead of Eng Tat Hornets. Russell Yeo. That's what you call a quick reply, and it's done beautifully. Gregory Kaur, doing the needful there for Eng Tat Hornets. 41-38 now.
Yes, there's a huge response from Eng Tat. They definitely need that to keep the scoreline close.
So Coach Ong was just saying I'm an old schooler, and I really do like that human error bit. I'm not the biggest fan of machines actually taking charge, although I do believe that VAR does help in many different sports. But human error, I think that's just a part and parcel of the game.
Yes, I believe this is also the first time we are using the referee supervisor system, which is like an instant replay system that you get. Especially the last 2 minutes of the game, if there's any issues or calls that the referees are not 100% sure, they may refer it to the feed. Something like what you see on the NBA Replay Center.
Absolutely.
That we see most commonly where everybody loves to watch the NBA. We had similar system for the recent FIBA 3x3. I was there personally on the official table as well. It was quite an amazing system. It's just like what you see on tennis, where they can actually review the course.
Absolutely beautiful layup there, just as we've been talking technology, and I do believe Adroit just doing enough to get themselves into a strong position.
Jump ball call here. So the jump ball will be detected by a possession arrow that I don't think we are able to see on the screen, but it's on the official table, that it rotates after every possession. Players who are familiar with the game would know what I'm talking about. So every jump ball possession, they will change to prepare for the next jump ball situation. And in any case, if the ball is stuck on the rim, in rare cases, they will also looking at the possession arrow to determine which team will get the ball next.
So that of course just adds up to making the game or the contest even more interesting. Well, that was certainly needed. So Adroit still 5 points ahead. Engtad Hornets will try to keep up with that pace. It's just a little under 5 minutes left in this third quarter.
Yes, we see Wu Qingde is actually not on the court. Whether we get to see Russell Lowe making use of his size and advantage in the paint. And right here we have Low Tek Hao on the baseline inbound with shot clock 10 seconds.
So can the Hornets take advantage of this situation? And yes,
power through.
Absolutely.
3 defenders.
So Russell Lowe delighting once again. It's 43-14 now. We did mention it. He was the danger man to watch out for. Well, he was guarded, but it takes, I think Coach Ong just pointed that out very rightly, takes more than 2 or 3 players to keep him at bay.
Yes. A foul here by Desmond O.
I'd say a tad bit unfortunate here for the Hornets, because you don't want to concede any free throw opportunities every now and then. That just kind of separates them or gives them the disadvantage as far as the points are concerned.
Yes, right now we have still not in any foul trouble. We have 2 fouls for Adroit and 3 fouls for Engtad Hornets.
We do have a timeout that's been called, so currently the score, of course, at 43-40. There's a high chance that could turn into 44 or 45 for Adroit when they get back. And, well, changes in the third quarter. And what is it that we're looking at, Coach Ong? We've seen the Hornets really come in here with a good bit of sting. They've changed things around. They've reworked the entire strategy. And I do believe that Coach Panchin Hong definitely has got a plan in mind.
Yes, we see both teams are slightly more eager in their fast breaks and cutting down less on the turnovers, which you in turn you really gets more possession every time you make 1 less turnover. So trying to see if they can convert most of their open shots, I guess is very important. Every time you have the open shot, the coach will definitely ask you to take that shot, because you will not make any shot you never take. So all shots, if you have the chance to shoot, just shoot it.
So while we of course give you a few of those rushes, a few of those replays, a lovely reverse layup that we also saw from young To Ching Huan earlier, let's very quickly run you through, well, the men responsible who do help us out with this event. And a shout out quickly to our partners and sponsors, Sports Singapore and Tote Board for their partnerships with us in sport, Molten as our official ball, Leaning as our official apparel, Rigora as halftime entertainment prize sponsors, and other prize sponsors, Alvin Sports Private Limited, Frameworks Architects, and Alex Go, branch of Orange State. That's another beautiful move, so needed here for Adroit.
Yes, that's a beautiful 3 from To Ching Huang from the 45-degree up.
So 46-40 is where it stands currently. Desmond O, well, trying to get his lads into good stead. Let's not forget the man in charge of the team here for the Hornets is Kelvin Lim, the number 22. And he, of course, did lead by example in the first and second quarter as well.
And the captain for Adroit, Larry Liu, committed the foul, reaching foul on Russell Lowe.
So from the baseline, once again, here's Desmond O. Kelvin. That's Desmond back again. Oh, that sailed in.
3-point from Ting Lun is good.
Absolutely marvelous effort there for that 3-pointer.
cutting the lead down to 3.
An excellent steal earlier as well that we were looking at from young Gregory Kaur.
Yes, there's a quick fast break attempt by Ingtat Hornets.
Invite and welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Eric Chua, Senior Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Communication and Youth, and Ministry of Social and Family Development. Accompanied by
Well, just walking onto court, escorted there by our president of the BAS, Dr. Kokun Tek, is Eric Chua. Mr. Eric Chua is the Senior Parliamentary Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth, and Ministry of Social and Family Development. It's a very, very important portfolio that he's in charge of. He's our guest of honor for today, and he's here to grace the occasion. We'll be handing out, the prizes at the end of this event too. So, always interesting to, have him with us. And Dr. Kokun Tek, of course, such an important cog in the wheels of the basketball machinery here in Singapore. So, with the timeout done, the Hornets are back in. It's 3 points adrift that they are, and left to be seen what they can come up with as we get into those last 3 minutes and 16 seconds in the third quarter.
Yes, it's still a close game and it could go both ways. So it's really down to execution right now. All the set plays that they have worked in training and the man-to-man lineups, matchup, they got to be very precise. Every shot, every point count.
It does. And I'm absolutely loving it, Coach Ong. I think if there's one thing that we wanted a fight, right? So we did have it in the first matchup as well,
yes.
But it turned a bit, it went a bit south for the third runners up.
Quick basket and a baseline inbound to Ma Jun Hao, who did a conversion after a spin move.
The anxiety. So the Hornets are fighting back here, but
great block there.
And that's going to work in their favor.
As the last 2 possessions gets the whole crowd going right here.
So I've noticed very, very strong movement here from Ding Lun. He's been able to draw out a couple of fouls.
Yes, we have a couple of players right here who are, from my insider news, they are scheduled to be on the Slingers team in a couple of months, like I mentioned earlier in the previous game. We should have the Singapore Slingers ongoing season again in November for their participation in the ASEAN Basketball League, ABL. Most of the games should be held at OCBC. Our home Singapore Slingers game will be held at the OCBC Arena. So do stay tuned for that information as well.
So it's Ma Jun Hao, of course, who's missed out on one, but nets the second. It's 46 all here.
Timeout.
So even Stevens, and it's game on back again. Under 3 minutes left in this third quarter. And I absolutely love this fight. Just as, well, Coach Ong did mention, a lot of the players will be on the Slinger squad. And the proof in the pudding really is looking at their performance here today. It's such a close-fought encounter that we're witnessing.
Yes, Glenn. I am sure there are some scouts here or people working for the Singapore Slingers to actually see how these players perform, because to get them ready for the ABL season is a short 2 months away. What these players could do is to just build on their fitness level, recover in time, and if they are selected, these players do stand to actually get a player's contract, which they will be paid on a monthly basis, and that should cover them for a few months. And it's always an honor to be able to play professionally, especially in this part of the region. We should also be expecting a couple of foreign import players as well.
So if you ask me, Coach Ong, that is great incentive, isn't it? You couldn't have a better incentive than that to really outperform. You've got to perform your best, and at the end of the stick, the carrot is that you could actually be on payroll.
Yes, what we always see on television and news is where all the NBA players earning millions of dollars. So to be able to do what you love on a daily basis and train every day, is very much a privilege to be part of if they are selected for the Singapore Slingers team. Oh, mega block again there from Ting Lun on Wu Qingde.
So it's end-to-end blocks here from both sides of the court. Adroit, well, looking to make this count.
Foul there by Ingtat. That
And-
will put Wong Zhong Han on the line for 2 free throws.
And this is what they'd be, well, really looking forward to. And here's the good thing about our players on court. While there's a good amount of intensity that does take place, there's also a good amount of camaraderie, because both these teams have lads that have played alongside each other, either in clubs or in the national squad itself.
Slight delay to the game. We should get going with 2 free throws right now.
And I think the Hornets will just saying keep it calm and play on.
Did not manage to convert the first.
So missing out on that conversion. Wong Zhong Han is on to the next. And this is to put his team back into the lead, and he does succeed. It's now 47-46. It's a slender lead, but it will count, while the Hornets will try and reclaim. Well, a point or two here.
Right here we see tough defense from Wu Qingde, and Russell is immediately double team. So Ingtat Hornets need to find the unmarked players to get a shot in. No, Low Teck Hao with the offensive rebound. 3-point shot, no good. And fast break by Adroit now. Oh, another costly turnover right there. Could have converted that 2 points to go on a 3-point lead.
So it's end-to-end misses here this time around.
Screen there from Wu Qingde. No, foul on the floor first.
Good call there by our official. There's no doubt about it.
That's a foul by Ma Junhao. So all fouls right now left in just 1 minute 36 seconds will be automatically be a 2 free throw scenario. So because both teams are on the limit, 4 for Adroit and 5 for Ingtat Hornets.
So it's really left up to the shooter to really take advantage of the situation.
Yes, that's right. They need to be able to convert all points, because this is essentially 3 points on the floor.
So Larry unable to, well, dunk that one in, but here he is with his next attempt.
Managed to convert the second. So right now they have a 2-point lead with 1 minute 32 seconds left on the clock in the third quarter.
So this is crucial to see if the Hornets can actually draw level or even take the lead as they get into that last break before we get into the fourth quarter. Here's Russell.
Yes, foul there from Wu Qingde on Russell Low, which definitely have a size advantage. That will be his second personal foul.
So Russell Lowe steps up to take his shot. There's a good chance here that he could pull his team level.
Right now Russell has 12 points in the game. Make that 13.
1 down and 1 to go.
The leading scorer on Adroit is Leon Kwek with 14 points. Russell is also a co-leader on the rebounds on Ingtat Hornets with 9, together with Calvin Lim.
He's kept this calm. And it's even Stevens back again, 40 all here as Adroit and Ingtat Hornets, well, are running neck and neck now in this contest. Getting into, well, just that last minute of play very soon. And Adroit will have their own piece of the pie here.
Yes, nice feed there from Larry to Wu Qingde.
So 50-48, and it's all about the lads in white here as they are looking to reclaim the lead that they've enjoyed in those first 2 quarters.
Yes, you see Adroit pushing the tempo of the game. We have a foul there, and that puts Adroit player on the line for 2.
Now that's an interesting turn of events, isn't it?
Eng Tat is actually going onto the line for 2 points, 2 free throws. Foul on White 12. That will be Wu Qingde. That will be his 3rd personal foul. So fouls each player is entitled to a total of 5 fouls before you are actually out of the game. And any technical or unsportsmanlike foul is also contribute to your overall personal fouls.
So good conversion there from Martin Howe, and it's just a point now left to catch up. Let's not forget this is one sport where you don't want to take your entire quota of 5 fouls because that'll see you out of the game.
Yes, that will be real quick.
Well done. Tad bit of anxiety there, but that's found its way through.
Substitution here. Leon Kwek going in for Zhou Zhenqiang.
So once again, if you had to ask Coach Hong and me this question, who's going to win this game, I'm going to say 50-50 because that's where the scoreline is currently. Adroit and Entat Hornets locked in a very strong battle into our final 30 seconds of play in that 3rd quarter.
Yes,
and interesting to see how this pans out.
For low take how and immediately making an impact with a steal right there. And a nice assist to Calvin Lim.
Absolutely well played. And that is some excellent work being done here. And Calvin Lim is stepping up.
Last play of the game, 5 seconds.
And the Hornets have got the lead for the first time. At the end of the 3rd quarter, it's a slender lead. But Adroit 50, Entat Hornets 52. We will get into the 4th and final quarter in just a little bit, but this is heating up to be a contest. And let's not forget, there's a reason why it is, because this is the finals of the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. We will give you, of course, our stats in just a little bit, but for now, very quickly, Coach Hong, let's recap this event. The Hornets now really taking this game to Adroit at this part.
Yes, that's right. 3rd quarter, we actually managed to see both teams pushing up the tempo much faster on their fast break. And we don't really get to see much of a turnovers right there, which we have mentioned earlier in the first half. That is very crucial. Every less turnover you make, equivalent to another opportunity to put more points on the board.
So that's an interesting take, isn't it? Because currently we are looking at 2 teams. They've fought so hard to get here to this spot. Worthy finalists, and they are putting on a show here. It's also a very good turnout for us here at the Payoh Sports Hall. Very quickly, let's run you through all the people who make this possible. We do have, of course, Sports Singapore and Tote Board for their partnerships with us in sport. Thank you. Molten as official ball, Leaning as official apparel, and Rigora as halftime entertainment prize sponsors. Other sponsors, of course, include Alvin Sports Private Limited, Frameworks Architects, and Alex Go, branch of Orange Tea. With me, it's Coach Ong. And just in case you were wondering, like me, what his full name is, it's Coach Ong Min Kang. But we just refer to him as Coach Ong. He's graced the occasion with us, been with us right through. And he is, of course, a level 3 coach who's also worked with Sports Council in the past. He's also been a former player himself, was involved with the BAS, with the marketing and communications division. And more importantly, he is a man who is so passionate about the sport, which is why he did, of course, make time to join me here today. And we're actually very thankful for that, Coach Hong. So into our 4th and final quarter.
Thank you, Glenn. It's my pleasure to be here as well. So let's get down to the best action of the night, the last 10 minutes in the 4th quarter of this finals of the NBL 2022.
And this is pretty much the decider. It's these last 10 minutes that'll count.
This
Ma
is a
Junhao.
very crucial foul from Wu Qingde because this will be his 4th foul. The
And that
coach,
puts him in a tad bit of a rough position because just as you mentioned, he's walking the line of risk now, which is one more foul
yes,
to go.
It seems like Idroit is not going to pull him out because in normal circumstances, a coach will definitely put him back onto the bench because we are just at the start of the 4th quarter. Any more fouls, he will have to go.
Here's Ma Junhao. It's a decent conversion from him.
So if I am the coach for Ingtat Hornets, Coach Pang Chin Hong, definitely I'll ask Russell to be actually attacking Wu Qingde to allow him to commit his 5th foul, and then it'll be a much easier matchup.
We just spoke of Russell attempting to do a bit of damage control here when Ma Junhao missed out on that opportunity. So I think that's very important. As far as, well, Russell's concerned, but that's another beautiful layup there.
To Qing Huang with a beautiful layup, cutting down the lead to only 1 point with Ingtat in possession right now. Desmond O with the ball. Driving, kicking out for Ma Junhao.
Well, we did promise you that we were going to have a match. We were going to have a match on hand, and that's exactly what we've got here. So it's an interesting affair for us as we get into, well, the last bit. Ma Junhao here again gets into position to take another free throw. Remember, every single one does count here, and if he can nail 2 points, we'll just stretch that lead. So now it's...
Oh, he's getting 3 shots on the line because it's foul on the 3-point shooting.
So
2 more to go.
Well, if I was him, I'd take every single one, Coach Ong.
Yes, definitely. This is a very close game right now. Every point count, every free throw count.
It's not about excess, it's just about being able to take that. And I think that's gone through.
Made a second one and pushing the lead back to 2. Got the last one coming up right here for Ma Junhao, number 18.
I think that's well done. So 55-52, Ma Junhao nailing 2 out of 3. And that is so important here as the Hornets now looking to flap their wings just a little bit. But Adroit, of course, are a formidable opponent, and they've shown that they can lead right through. It's very crucial now who plays out or who wins this affair, because it's anyone's matchup to win.
Yes, it's still a very closely contested game. Whoever commit the least turnover will definitely win the game.
So the Hornets are really putting on their best when it comes to those blocks.
Jump shot by Desmond, didn't manage to go in. Wu Qingde with the offensive rebound and put back.
And I just believe that he should have been guarded. He absolutely should have been guarded there.
Yes, the Hornets defense was sleeping right there, leaving him open for the putback and the offensive rebound.
So the Hornets will only have themselves to blame for a few lax moments. But no worries here, says Russell Lowe. I'll just rectify the damage. 57-54.
That's a very beautiful hook shot right there. No, that's an unsportsmanlike foul for number 5, Ingtat Hornets, Russell Lowe. That puts him on the Adroit player Leon Kwek on the line for 2, and they will still get back the possession.
So that's an interesting take here. So every single foul will have to be, well,
yes, that's
put under the microscope, because keep in mind the fact that this is a high intensity game. It's and
with
you definitely don't want to miss shots like that.
There's definitely no air balls are allowed at this level of tournament. Referee Alan Chong there with the call on the U foul, where players do not go for the ball, or if it's a last man scenario, then any fouls will automatically be a unsportsmanlike foul, which entitles the offensive team to get 2 free throws on the line, plus the possession again, like what we see now.
So I just feel a bit of pressure there on Leon Kwek. I think just a tad bit of nerves, you'd say, Coach Ong.
Yes, but not now. He put it back with a jump shot. The lead is down again, back to 1.
And the Hornets still have much to think of.
Okay, right here we have the crew chief Leong Chun Wing calling the flopping foul. It will be a technical foul and will be 1 shot free throw.
So just a tad bit of aggression there from Desmond O.
Yes, it's always a fine line between catching a flopping foul and an offensive foul. So it usually goes down to where
He's an experienced lad.
the angle of the referee is actually standing. It's actually not easy to call such a foul. So Ing Tat will get back the possession after the missed technical free throw shot.
And it's Marjon Hao who stepped up to do the honors. Straight off to Kelvin.
Desmond with the ball, Russell with the screen. Don't forget Wu Qingde is on 4 personal fouls. He can't afford to make another one right now. Desmond with the offensive rebound and a new 14-second shot clock. No good. Leon with the ball and a 3-point. No good.
So it's certainly heating up to be a big contest here. Now Russell Lowe back with it.
Yes, Russell with a skill set of a playmaker. Oh, he saw the gap but did not go for it. Right now we can see the level, the physical level is actually a bit higher in this 4th quarter.
And Adroit just reworking their defense as well as their offensive moves, and they've definitely won the benefit of this call here.
Yes, we get a couple of subs in for Ing Tat Hornets to let the main players get a quick rest. We have about 6 minutes, 36 seconds in the match with Ing Tat Hornets leading by 1. Team foul, Adroit with 3 and Ing Tat Hornets with 2.
So Adroit have got possession back again. Good opportunity for them to reclaim the lead here.
Oh,
And they've
excellent
done
drive
it.
by Leon Kwek.
So here's the interesting bit about Leon Kwek. He actually has missed out on a few free throws, but does very well to actually dunk in motion.
Yes, that's right. The drive has been effective for him so far. Oh, ball stuck on the rim. So we get a possession arrow. The possession arrow is with Adroit, like what we mentioned earlier. So Adroit will have the possession. But if a same scenario comes up the next time or a jump ball situation, the ball will go back to Ing Tat Hornets.
Six minutes and 13 seconds left in this game. 58-57 is where it stands. The Hornets are just a point behind, and it's going to be an interesting battle because the lads in yellow, of course, did claim the 3rd quarter. Now, what will pan out in these last 6 minutes and 13 seconds? Well, your guess is as good as mine. Let's remind you that this is the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 finale 2022, and it's Ing Tat Hornets and Adroit locked in battle.
Oh no! Wu Qingde with his 5th personal foul. Number 12 right there. So he will be out of the game. He is fouled out. That will be a huge blow to Adroit.
And this is exactly what Coach Ongi were talking about right through, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. I think on the Adroit team, only he can stop Russell in a paint. So now we'll get to see whether Russell can make use of this wonderful opportunity to actually get more points. You can see he's also devastated. We still have a lot more to go. About 6 minutes left in the 4th quarter. So the coaches definitely have to make some changes to their lineup. And we have Myron Lim to come in for Wu Qingde.
It's a bit unfortunate here for Wu Qingde.
So straight away you see Myron on the baseline guarding Russell Lowe. I think Ing Tat Hornets will be looking to get him the ball. Low post up. Nice move by Russell there. Even a 3-man defense could not stop him.
Well, that is such a phenomenal effort, isn't it?
Yes,
Russell
that
really
is the gap.
delighting us with his moves today.
That's the gap we actually will see without Wu Tingte playing his defense on Russell. Qing Huang with the miss from 3-point and defensive rebound from Ying Tat.
So the Hornets now with a slender lead back again.
Oh, foul there on To Qing Huang on
And
Lo Tek Hao.
the official has called that.
That will send Ying Tat number 20, Lo Tek Hao, to the line for 2 free throws.
So quick word there to To Ching Huang as well. And I think
He don't seems to be agreeing with the call. They're giving him a chance to build up the lead. Pushing it up to 2 right now with another free throw left to go.
so Lo Tek Hao keeping his cool here. It's now 60-58. Well, almost does it. Almost made that 61.
Slender lead right here. Any lead within a 3-point gap is definitely, it can go both ways.
So to be precise, Coach Ong, we're actually done with 35 minutes of play and it's into that last 5 minutes. And what a sheer delight here.
Excellent crossover there from Leon Kwek and a jump shot that he converted.
Those necessary 3 points. He's closed that gap at 60-60 now.
Yes, right here we will definitely see more on Russell Lowe in the pin. Converting another basket.
Another beautiful layup from him.
Yes, definitely no one on the Adroit team is able to stop him right now. Because physically he's much better, much bigger, and definitely speed is better than any of the pin defenders that Adroit have right now.
And I do understand, as you rightfully pointed out, you know, the essence of a player like Wu Chingte being there on field, on court, you know, to stop every single move from Russell Lowe. And now, I think the real crux of the matter, or the reason why he would actually feel bad about being out of the game, is because now there's nobody to really put the brakes on, you know, Mr. Lowe anymore.
Yes, we definitely need at least 2 or 3 men down to defend against Russell Lowe, because even without him, you have Ting Lun, you got Kelvin Lim that's able to score points in the paint as well for Ying Tat Hornets. So fast break, get away.
And that's what you call working the grid.
Yes, Leon with the conversion.
So Leon Kwek has been the saving grace for Adroit right through this entire fourth quarter. He's had a few good 3-pointers in there. He's had a few good 2-pointers in there. And we will, of course, keep you abreast of the statistics. So Leon Kwek currently, his points, of course, also rising.
He has 20 points right now, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. And for Ying Tat Hornets, we have Russell Lowe with 20 points, 11 rebounds, and a double-double for him.
So Leon Kwek will win the benefit of that call here, as the teams are currently tied at 62-62.
Both teams are shooting about the same, 36 for Adroit and Ying Tat Hornets with 32%. From the 3-point range, Adroit converted 6 of 24, and Ying Tat Hornets only converted 4 of 20. Rebounds, we have 42 for Ying Tat and 37 for Adroit.
So Coach Ong, let's very quickly, of course, inform everyone about what really would happen if the scores were tied at the end of this matchup.
Okay, if the scores are tied according to the standard FIBA basketball rules, they will play another regulation of 5 minutes. And if the score is still tied at the end of the first overtime, they will subsequently go on to the second OT or the third OT period.
So that's exactly what we have, the overtime that will kick in if the scores are tied. And, well, not the best way to decide a game, but for now, by the looks of it, it still is a very closely fought battle. Getting into practically those last 3 minutes of play, 62-62. The Hornets really looking to make it count. Here's Kelvin, the captain.
Oh, Desmond O with the drive and the shot in the paint. So when
Absolutely
we see
marvelous drive there.
we see without Wu Tingte, there's no primary defender for the basket for Adroit. And another turnover right there from Wu Qingde with Calvin Lim picking up the steal.
So while we do have Kelvin Lim, who's the captain of this team, but Desmond has been the captain of a couple of squads in the past. He's got very good organizational skill. And
Yes,
I do
that's
see
right.
him assisting Kelvin with that.
You actually get to see, I think Idroit is switching back to man-on-man defense. Oh, another costly turnover right there from Leon Kwek. He wanted to make the pass to Larry, but he is just one step behind.
So possession back here with the Hornets, as they still have the Hornets still in front by 2 points.
Oh, it's an
beautiful.
important three.
And that's really poetry in motion there.
From Gregory Cole, which haven't been scoring much, but you always have players that come up big time when you need it. And that one didn't even touch the rim, so it went straight in.
Gregory Cord there with that delightful, absolutely delightful three-pointer. And now it certainly puts the Hornets, well, a tad bit in front. Having said that, the lead has changed so many times over. So currently as it stands, it still is anyone's game to win or to lose. We are into the timeout, and Coach Ong, I'm not going to ask you to speculate, but what do you think the teams need to do now to keep themselves still in the contest with the Hornets just 2 points ahead?
We still have about 2 minutes left. I think the gap now is 5 points with the three by Gregory. So it is still anyone game. Once you can get a three going from Adroit, we can still see a closely contested match. But it's very crucial right now. Less turnovers, more focus on your offense, and always be aware of the surroundings for every player on the court. So the coaches are regrouping the players, getting them to focus on every play, executing what their set plays is.
So 5 points is what separates the Hornets and Adroit into those last 2 minutes, and it's left to be seen what we can come up with. We've got a few big scorers here as well. We were running you through that when Coach Ong was running you through the stats. But having said that, let's get down to the action back again. 2 minutes, 7 seconds. The Hornets or Adroit? Who will it be here tonight? I think your guess would be as good as ours as we get on with the action. The lads in white looking to play catch up.
Yes, it seems like Adroit is doing some isolation.
To Ching Huan holding on. It's got it to Wong Zong.
No, he missed the basket, but there's a foul right there on Wong Zong Han.
So the official with a very good call there.
Yep, that sends him on the line for 2 free throws. We have 1 minute 46 seconds. Team foul, Adroit 5, Ingtat Hornets 3.
So it's Wong Zong Han.
Oh, costly. He missed the first one.
Well, I'd say that's not the best effort. It just,
Yeah, you could see
I think a little bit fatigued as well. The
Yes.
players, they've been given the run around here.
he put a
by
bit
the
more
opposition.
strength on the shot. So we get to see the second. No good as well. Ingtat still with a 5 points lead.
So
Have
Wong
a-
Zong Han, that's so crucial that you want to be able to knock those in.
Yes, that's what we've been talking all along tonight. The free throws are definitely very important. Foul right there from Calvin Lim. Loose ball foul. The next one will put Ingtat Hornets into team foul. So this is still a regular throw in from the sideline. Oh, nice behind the back. Kick out for To Ching Huang. 3-point no good.
So Adroit would have had a few words there from their coach.
Paul Wei
And that's what they've
Hao.
come in with.
Yes, with the 3-point at the corner. The lead is now back to 2.
So Po Wei Hao with that delightful three-pointer there. And that's what the timeout does. That's what we've been talking about. It can change the complexity of the game, but it can also draw in a few fouls.
Yes, right here we see Leon Kwek foul on Russell Lowe. So they have been switching some of the defense on the baseline on Russell. So that puts Russell on the free throw line for 2.
If you had asked me earlier in the day, Coach Hong, if I thought it was going to be such a closely knit affair, I would have said no. I would have said that I would have expected one of the teams to get ahead of the other by the third quarter. But here we are. Russell Lowe.
Ice cold in his veins, making the first or second shot.
So 68-65 as it currently stands. Remember, it's 1 minute and 5 seconds that we're looking at. 68-65.
Second one is good as well. 4-point lead right now. It's very crucial when we go down to the last 1 minute. To Ting Huang with Russell Lowe guarding him. Leon Kwek with the drive. No good. Russell Lim with the defensive rebound. They have to cross the court within 8 seconds. 42 seconds left in the game.
And it's 4 points that separate them. The Hornets still together with it. Russell Lowe, well, putting the pressure there
5
on the
seconds on the
Androids.
shot clock. Force three, no good. Nothing but air.
So 27 seconds. while we talk about good air and bad air,
that's what I usually see the NBA commentators has been saying.
Absolutely nothing there but air. And that's really what it is, isn't it? So I do believe the Hornets do have their foot on the accelerator. Well, can Android really come to the party? I believe they still can.
Yes.
Because remember, every second counts in this finale.
So right now we have Android calling the timeout. In the last 2 minutes, if the coach call a timeout, you have the option of starting at the backcourt or the front court. Of course, if you are leading the game, I would suppose you want to wind down the clock and start the ball at the backcourt. But if you are actually trying to chase the game, which they are down, Israel is down by 4 points, you definitely want to get a quick shot in with a front court inbound. That will be opposite the scorer's table, near where the red line is on the court.
So that's exactly what is needed. But currently, let's also very quickly give you something that's made us happy. We've got more than 1,000 people in attendance here today. It's been a very, very, I won't say it's a packed house, but it's an almost packed house. We've also got more than 1,000 viewers joining us online. And we've got to say thank you for that, for gracing the occasion and sharing the action with us. And I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but you would have got your time's worth. These two teams have certainly lifted the bar here today. Android on 65, Engtat Hornets on 69, into the last 27 seconds.
Leon Kwek with the ball. No good. Defensive rebound, Russell Lowe.
Very valiant attempt there from Leon Kwek.
Quick foul there by Leon Kwek on Desmond O. They are in foul trouble, so that will put they'll put Desmond on the line for 2 free throws to further extend the lead.
So this is an interesting matchup, isn't it? And it's really the Hornets, who haven't really had those chunks of a lead.
Yes.
They've just been actually inching ahead. 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, and it's exactly what we're looking at. So 4 points now, and a chance to extend that lead into the last
That's
bit.
why we previously mentioned when Wu Qingde is fouled out, there is no primary defender on the basket for Adroit, and that Engtat is able to actually explore the space and use his sheer size of Russell Lowe, Calvin Lim, to actually create more points in the paint, which this is also updated in the stats. So converted the first one to be a lead up to 5, and Desmond O with the second shot right now. Good as well.
So let's make that 6. It's 71 points now. And I think this game just starting to look like the Hornets may have a hand there on the win.
Yes, Desmond O with a foul on To Ting Huang that will put him on the line for 2 shots. And this is what actually Adroit wanted, because you get to score points, you get to put more, minimize the gap, and the clock does not run.
So I think To Ting Huang really has to now make it count. This is where you cannot afford to miss.
Yes.
And he's done well.
Converting the first of 2.
So that's up to 66. Can he pull in another one?
Russell Lowe with the
Well,
defensive
missing out on
rebound.
that, it's Russell Lowe.
Yes, you see the quick foul right there to stop the clock. Foul on number 13, Zhou Zhenqiang on Russell Lowe. That will put him on the line for 2 shots with 12.7 seconds left in the game.
So Russell Lowe there, fouled earlier. He's on the line now, and what can he do? Remember, the seconds are counting down. It's just, well, a little over 12 seconds. It's an interesting, well, equation. Russell Lowe, of course, missing out on that effort this time. Well, let's not forget we've also got, well, a few bits and bobs to follow after this. But for now, it's these 12 seconds that'll make a difference. Russell Lowe.
Our hard foul right there.
Missing out on 2 opportunities.
On Ting Lun, that will also send him back to the line for 2. That's really unnecessary.
Well, you really don't want to concede any free throws at this part of the game.
Yes, I guess that's about sealed it for Eng Tat. Because we only have about 11 seconds on the clock with a 5-point lead. Make that 6 right now.
And Ting Lun has done well. Can he convert the next one as well? That's a big question here. He's kept his cool, is relishing the moment. So it's still 6 points ahead.
Looking for
into
a quick
the last
three.
few seconds.
Chong Han miss. Russell with the defensive rebound again. They are not looking to foul, and there you have it.
And what a win here. Eng Tat Hornets pull off a spectacular win here. They were behind in the first 2 quarters, but came back in the third and the fourth quarter to really lead. I'm going to run this by Coach Ong, but right now it's Eng Tat Hornets who are champions of the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022 as they defeat Adroit 72-66. Coach Ong, very quickly before we can get to that prize presentation, the real game changer in this entire event was when we Wu Ching-dae getting out of court, wasn't it?
In my opinion, that's definitely a big turning point in the fourth quarter. But what a spectacular match that we have been treated to from both teams. The players gave all out to fight for the champions honors, and we have Eng Tat Hornets coming out on top. We shall have the prize presentation coming up as well. Do stay tuned with us.
So do stay with us amidst all the celebrations. We do have the prize presentation that'll kick in just a little bit. But for now, well, if you want to take a bit of a breather, don't forget, we are still with you right till the end of this contest. Prize presentation to follow. Let's also very quickly remind you that we are coming at you live from the Payoh Sports Hall. And this, of course, is the BAS National Basketball League Division 1 2022. Very quick shout-outs to our lads who've been helping us man the entire technical bit. Leandro on the main mix, who's been providing you with all that action that you're watching on screens. And he's the man in charge of directing the action that you're watching. Danish, who does play for the under-19 floorball team for Singapore. He's the lad right next to me on the camera. And on the other lens, we've got Isan, who also plays floorball for the club circuit. Let's not forget the under-19s for Singapore floorball did extremely well in their recent efforts on foreign shows to qualify for the championships. So more on that later, but for now, quick mention of a man in the red, and that of course is Mr. Eric Chua, who is Senior Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Culture, Community and Youth, and Ministry of Social and Family Development. And also, Coach Ong, very quickly a little bit on our President of the BAS, Mr. Kokun Tek.
Yes, I think right now they are unveiling the new logo for Basketball Association of Singapore. It's a beautiful logo right there that you also actually see on the courtside banners. Here we see Dr. Koh and Mr. Eric Chua, and presenting a shirt from the official sponsor Li Ning. here we have Mr. Carlos Barroca, Associate Vice President of Basketball Operations of the NBA Singapore office, as well as some VIPs for the night. Dr. Su Chun Wei, Chief of Singapore Sports Institute, and Mr. Marcus Tan, Chief of Sports Development Group on your left, and Mr. Matthias Koh, Horn Secretary for Basketball Association of Singapore.
So champions here of the BAS National Basketball League, the NBL 2022 champions are the Engtat Hornets, and we will see them, of course, step up later on. But first up, it is our prize presentation for the runners-up.
Yes, we see them giving out some of the individual awards right now.
Of course, for the entire tournament, we have consolidated the scores. Bring you the top scorer from Android Shen Gong Wenhua Wang Zhongha. Your applause, congratulations. He is our tournament top scorer.
So the top scorer award being handed out there to, well, our Android player, and that is Wong Song Han.
Thank you very much, congratulations, and we'll invite to the next award.
Being
Assist from Android, Larry Liu Hua.
top assist for Android. And that is Larry Liu Huasen. Well, the individual prizes are always important. It's appreciation for the hard work put in by these lads.
Our top rebounder from Hong Kong, Hong Jong-hee. Congratulations.
So individual awards being handed out here, and while we get through the individual awards, let's not forget that we will have a prize presentation for the main spots in just a little bit.
Our fourth individual award, Best Defender, goes to from Nanyang, Cho Xiong Ye, and he will be represented by Ernest Tan.
The best defender of the tournament. Remember, this is of course cumulative for all the lads who have played in the entire run up to the finals.
Last individual award, Most Efficient Player from Android, Yuan Kwek Wei Mei.
And from Android, of course, we've also got the most efficient player, and this is being handed out to Leon Kwek Wei Meng. He's been stellar in his performance as well today. A tad bit unfortunate that his team finished, well, second best, but he did put on a show and a good display.
To all our individual award winners, and now this is the moment to present our National Basketball League Division 1, second position. Let's welcome.
So the runners up here, Coach Ong and Android, so close to actually claiming the championship, but were just outdone by the Hornets in the end.
Yes, that's right. They have given it their all, and we should applaud them for their hard work as well.
And let's not forget, some of the best individual players actually do come from Android.
Yes,
So they really are a very skilled lot, aren't they?
with the top scorer and top assist both coming from this team. So they are getting their medals right there from Mr. Eric Chua. And we do need to mention that Android has been multiple MBL champions before. Just that tonight was a very closely contested game, and they just fell short. The scorelines has been fairly even going down into the fourth quarter.
Well, I do believe that they'll be back next year to contest this again and to probably claim it back. They have been winners in the past, and here, of course, accepting it here is Larry Liu, who's standing there with the trophy. Let's not forget, of course, the team was captained by him. He's the man in charge, and he's led his team well. So more power there to Android for their stellar performances, and what a delight to see them back in action after that 2-year hiatus that we've had, which of course it's just heartwarming for all the players to be back on the court itself. And here we have it, worthy winners. And well, Coach Ong, were you impressed by them in today's matchup?
Definitely, their execution was better, and I believe they committed less turnovers as well. So definitely well played from Ingtat Hornets, especially Russell Lowe. Definitely make a huge difference in the game with his points in the paint.
So the medal ceremony here, as our champions will be rewarded for their efforts on court. They've delighted us not just with the lead up to the finale, but with the very finale itself. What a matchup this has turned out to be. And more power there, importantly, a man that we've forgotten to mention, Pang Chin Hong, the main coach. Let's also give a quick shout out to the assistant coaches, Wal Leong Yong Pun and assistant coach Kokok Siangar. We've also got the team manager, Tan Aik Hok. So more power to these lads. You need...
Yes, you definitely need a strong coaching team in order to spur and motivate the players on the court and throughout the regular season.
And team manager, well, Anaik Hok holding up the trophy. And Ingtat Hornets, the National Basketball League 2022 final champions. We do hope you've enjoyed our entire coverage of this event. My name is Glenn Mascarenhas, and along with me it was Coach Ong bringing you the entire action of this event. So it's time for us, of course, to pretty much, well, close down the entire action. And from all of us here, that includes Leandro, Isan, Danesh, Coach Ong, and me, Glenn Mascarenhas. It's time to shut shop and ship out of here. Catch you again next year with more basketball action. Till then, you stay safe, and don't forget, keep following basketball. Coach Ong, thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you, Glenn. It's been a pleasure right here, and we hope to see you for the next edition next year of this BAS MBL tournament.
I'll be there for certain. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
We had to come back in just to say Russell Lowe, the MVP of the tournament.
Yes,
we
well
had to
deserved.
give him his due for all his performances. So finally from us, of course, we've got to say it is time for us to head out of here. Bye-bye for now.
get